Well, good morning, everyone. How we sounding? How we doing? Let me know there in the chat. I know we've got several of you that have been hanging out for about an hour waiting for our tournament to start. My name is Mike Flanagan from Inside Bowling. Glad you're with us here on today's broadcast of the 2022 Nightmare Doubles Tournament. This is the third year I've streamed this tournament since its inception, and we certainly do love coming here to be part of this event. We've been in 3 different cities, 3 different centers, but hopefully I think we found a home here at Andy B's in Bartlett, Tennessee, just outside of Memphis here. A little programming update. We were supposed to start at 8 a.m. originally, and then the B squad starts at 3 p.m. And the reason we're starting an hour late is because there's so much time between the 2 squads that it just made more sense to let everybody kind of sleep in. So we had that programming change late last night. So if you were with us this morning at 8 a.m., our apologies for that, Central Time. But we are here with you now. We're going to have 8 games of qualifying on a house condition. It's going to be really high scoring here today. We've got a bunch of teams out there. I'll go over them. I'll get a roster for you after practice. If you'd like, you can go check out the information about the tournament over on Facebook. If you put in the DV8 2022 Nightmare Doubles Tournament, you will see that we have all the teams listed there. But I will go over them with you. Looks like everything sounds good. Okay, great. Thank you, guys. We will get started here. We got Stubblefield and Sachs, Barnes and Hess bowling together. And, one of the notables a little bit later today, Wesley Lowe coming in from the West Coast along with Mookie Betts will be bowling at 3 o'clock today. So that'll be great. They had a Calcutta here last night as well. A lot of money up for grabs in that. So that was fun. I want to give a shout out to my man Corkis, Chisholm, as well as Brian Kennedy, Shauna as well from Bowl 101, one of the sponsors here. Of course, we want to thank DV8, our title sponsor. If you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you check out DV8 or a bowling ball from the Brunswick family of brands. They have 7 brands, which are Radical, Brunswick, DV8, Track, Columbia 300, Hammer, and Ebonite. Bowling balls, bags, shoes, and you can also pick those up at Bowl 101 Pro Shops, 5 locations now. Also want to thank First Community Bank, locations all over the South. Joe Smith is the contact out of the Batesville, Arkansas branch. Make sure you check them out if you're looking for a refinance or getting that first home. Check out First Community Bank as well as the Brooks Agency. Brad Brooks bowling in this event. He's in Maumelle, Arkansas. And you can email Brad Brooks if you're looking for some insurance in the Arkansas area, bbrooksinsurance@gmail.com. And, of course, Corky's running the quiz tournaments, Arkansas Kiss Classic Bowling Tournament. Owner Corky's Chisholm. He's got a tournament coming up in that one. Looks like first annual Arkansas Quiz Classic is going to be in April of 2023. If you want to get in touch with Corky's Chisholm, make sure you check that out. It's going to be a good one down in Arkansas at Central Lanes and Hot Springs. So I do have some programming notes here. I also have the results of last year. Corky's all over it, getting me the information. Last year it was Sean Lavery Spar and Michael Holloman took this thing down, followed by Rick Justice and Billy Rogers. Kevin Williams and Tim Barrett were third. They're also in the field here this year. Cam Hurwitz and Alec Keplinger were fourth. Darren Chafin and Aaron Ruiz were fifth. Josh Emhoff and Jimmy McMartin were sixth. Brian Brigman and Glenn Brown were seventh. Brian Kirkendall and Donnie Wilson were eighth. If you joined us 2 weeks ago here on this channel, we streamed the Springfield doubles. Had a great event down there. Congratulations again to Anthony Lavery Spar.
Then there are 5 locations throughout the Arkansas area. Brad Brooks Insurance, the Brooks Agency. It should be around here somewhere if anybody needs insurance.
Looks like we've got a little spam here in the chat. Going to take care of that. Let's see. Any other questions here in the chat? Let's see. So Packy Hanrahan is not bowling the tournament, okay? I know I've got him on the thumbnail, all right? This is a tournament sponsored by DV8, so I typically try to grab, like, the poster bowler for the brand that's sponsoring the tournament. So that's why Packy's on the thumbnail. I've used Tommy Jones at the Ebonite Classics before, and he's never bowled the Ebonite Classic, and I used Bill O'Neill for the Hammer Holiday Doubles, and he doesn't bowl that tournament. So it's kind of a shout out to the sponsor. So that's why Packy Hanrahan is on the thumbnail, but Packy Hanrahan is not bowling this tournament. So I'm sorry if I've confused anyone with that one. So, but once again, my name is Mike Flanagan. I'm really looking forward to bringing you this event. It should be a great one here in Bartlett, Tennessee. They're giving me my shout out now here. I'm going to step away from the broadcast. Practice is going to get started here in just a moment. I've got my picture-in-picture somewhat built here for you, but they don't have scores up yet for me, so I always have to build those after they bring up the names, which takes a minute. But I wanted to come on because we are starting an hour late. Wanted to get you guys updated on what was happening. And if you'd like to share this stream, let people know what's going on, we certainly would appreciate that. And I have one other thing for you. We do have a merch store available over on our website, InsideBowling.com. We have over 500 designs available. I know that the economic times are kind of tough right now, but if you'd like to support this stream, check out our store. We have a coupon code that's good year-round. You see it on the bottom left-hand corner. It's called YouTube. You can save 15%. But this weekend only, if you'd like to save 20%, we're running a special this weekend. Anything on the website, 20% off with coupon code NIGHTMARE. Nightmare. You see it in the center of the screen down below. You want to use that, you'll save 20% this weekend. Good through Sunday. Good through Sunday. Sunday, be there. You can save 20% over at Inside Bowling. We've had a lot of people pick up a lot of hoodies, a lot of shirts. I see people wearing them out and about as well. And we certainly do appreciate all the support that you give us here. We do not charge for our stream, and we do not expect you to pay for anything in our store or order anything. But we do like, if you do want to donate and help us, you get something in return. You get some cool gear, some cool bowling gear that you can't really get much anywhere else. We really focus on hoodies and tees. We let the folks that handle the dye sublimation do their thing over there, but we like to focus on hoodies and tees. It's just kind of fun. That's kind of what we're kind of known for. And we've got licensing deals in place with the Brunswick family of brands, as well as Motive. And we also just released Swag Bowling. We've actually got Swag Bowling gear available now as well. Don't want to mention that too much because DV8, of course, is a sponsor here, but we do have a lot of different styles available over there. So make sure you check it out, InsideBowling.com at your leisure. Certainly would appreciate it. Save 20% this weekend with coupon code NIGHTMARE. And if you're watching this in the future, you can always save 15% with coupon code YouTube. I'll be back in a little bit, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this year's 2022 Nightmare Doubles here. And I see in the chat some folks are wanting to know where we are. We are at Andy B's Bartlett. Beautiful bowling center here. We're really happy to be here with you. My name is Mike Flanagan. Glad you're along for the ride. 8 games of qualifying for you coming up here. Take you out to lanes 25 through 28. Get things started. Tom Hess did just throw a strike. Sorry, Tom. I was on screen instead of you, my friend. It's bowling with Ryan Barnes. Got 8 games of qualifying for you here. It is a house condition. I posted a link in the chat for everybody. Scores are available at tournamentbowl.com. And I put the link in there. I also put a link to the Facebook page. All the teams that are bowling here. You can go check that out. If you don't have Facebook, I will be going over those for you here shortly. I'm waiting for a printout of lane assignments to go over all of the bowlers that are here. But hey, I want to give a shout out to Andy B's Bartlett. Andy Bartholomew is the owner. Several locations now throughout the Midwest. And to those that don't know, Andy was quite the bowler back in the day. He bowled really good when the lanes were brutal. I know he doesn't probably like to have people talk about his bowling much anymore, but he was a beast on the lanes. So Andy B, not only does he build some great bowling centers and really upgrade them, family entertainment centers, but he loves competitive bowling. And to have it in such a beautiful center like this, I want to give a shout out to Andy Bartholomew. Also want to give a shout out to our tournament organizers, my man Corky's Chisholm. He is the man, along with Brian Kennedy and Shauna Sims. They have welcomed me in for 3 years in a row, and we are glad to have such a good relationship with them. Should have a lot of scores here today. I am located behind lanes 27 through 30. That's where I'm located, next to the game room, and they've got a large game room here with a lot of games that make a lot of noise. So you may hear different noises from these games throughout the day. So that'll add a little ambiance for us. So Hess and Barnes, Ryan Barnes and Tom Hess bowling together on 27 and 28. I believe Ryan Barnes was going to bowl with Wesley Lowe, I believe, but Wesley had talked to Mookie Betts about bowling prior to the MLB playoffs, and Mookie could not commit because the playoffs are still going on, but they were, of course, the Dodgers were eliminated in the last round of the playoffs, so Mookie able to bowl. He will be here at 3 o'clock to bowl with Wesley Lowe. Mookie's been bowling really good, even though he's not sharp, as I heard. But he's been winning some events out in California. And if you saw him on Jimmy Kimmel, talked about how he's been bowling a lot on his off days. So it'd be nice to have Mookie here. It'd be good to see him. I haven't covered an event with him in a while, so it'll be a pleasure to cover him here in this field, of course. But Ryan was going to bowl with Wesley, so he needed a partner last minute. And he posted on Facebook, and Tom Hess chose not to bowl the Greater Iowa Tournament near home. He chose to come down and bowl this with Ryan. So pretty cool. Obviously, Tom and Chris Barnes have duked it out the last couple of years on the PBA 50 Tour. So how awesome is it to see Ryan Barnes bowling with Tom Hess? I know Tom is just tickled to death to be able to bowl with Ryan here today. So special treat for him. And you can see that they're bowling with Nolan Walters and Eric Jones. And Tom Hess told me that the combined age of everybody on his pair besides himself was 58. And he is over 50, as all of you know. So he thought that was kind of fun. Right next door, we have Ryan Stubblefield bowling with Eric Sachs. Stubblefield up on lane 26 right now. Also on this pair, we have Lucas Hardigan and Tim Hardigan for you. Still getting my legs underneath me here. I'll be back in just a moment as I dial in a couple of things here with our coverage this morning. Strikes aplenty, as you can see. We've only got 1, 2, 3 misses up on the board. Oh boy. Hi-ho silver. All right, I am back, everybody. I'm trying to get lane assignments here for everybody, and looks like I have to do it through the Tournament Bowl website. So if I click on roster here, this is new to me, but I'm working on it here. You guys have the link there in the chat for the scores. So if I go over there and I click on roster and I sort by lane, oh, there we go. I think this is right. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now I got it under control here. I think I found something. If you guys are looking for lane assignments, I'm gonna post this in the chat. Yeah, perfect. There you go. Okay. But for whatever reason, they can't print that out for me. So I have a hard copy up here. And I only have so much screen room up here for me to be able to produce the show and give you guys, you know, what you want. And I got my... So I'm out of screen room to be able to monitor and interact with all of you. So for me to have to find it on a screen and not on a sheet of paper is a little different for me, but I'll get used to it here as we cruise along. So obviously we talked about it when I was here earlier. You know, the scores are going to be extremely high. And Ryan Barnes open frame to start things out here, but can bowl 258. Tom Hess 279. Eric Jones can still bowl 244. And Nolan Walters can bowl 245. And then right next door, Tim Hardigan here can bowl 279, and Lucas Hardigan can bowl 300, although now that'll be the end of that string there. Can still bowl 258. And then Ryan Stubblefield can bowl 236, and Eric Sachs 235. Tom Hess is up here in the 10th frame, working on 279. If anybody's ever seen the movie Big, where they have the, with Tom Hanks, dating myself, pretty old movie there. But there's a scene where they go to FAO Schwartz, which is no longer there, which is sad, in New York City. And they jump around on like a piano that's on the ground. That's like a mat piano, like a floor mat, but it's this big piano, and they jump around and play chopsticks. There is a arcade game behind me that plays chopsticks every 30 seconds. So if you pick that up and you hear it, you know where that's coming from. Got a couple of big games starting out here. Stubblefield and Sachs might bowl 470 and be the low on the pair. The two pairs here. Want to give a shout out to our title sponsor, DV8. I want to thank DV8 for the sponsorship of this year's 2022 Nightmare Doubles. If you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you check out DV8. I believe it's damn good bowling, and tonight we bowl. Today we bowl. This afternoon we'll bowl some more at 3 o'clock. Come back tomorrow with the semifinals, the cashers round. That's going to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and then the top 8 teams bowl round robin bracket play. That'll start around noon. Maybe Ryan Barnes will get a strike here and 8 on the fill, and they can tie at 256. Wouldn't that be cute? 244. The score for Eric Jones. 245 for Nolan Walters. String comes to the end over there for Lucas Hardigan. But some big games there. I am going to bounce out of here for just a moment. Let's take a look at the other pair, the other pairs that I have for you. Let's take a look at the scoring pace over there together, shall we? Over on 29 and 30, we see Brad Brooks is on the front 8. I hope we didn't jinx him. And, of course, we did right on cue. There is a such thing as a black cloud. Sorry about that, Brad. Brad is bowling with Sambo Butler. Butler can bowl 242. They are bowling with John Solario and Nathan Rayborn. Solario can finish with 246. 224 for Rayborn. And then over on 31 and 32, we see our friends. Brian Kirkendall is up right now on lane 31. He can still get to 236. Of course, he's bowling with Donnie Wilson, his doubles partner. They bowl a lot of stuff together, holiday doubles. We saw him at the Springfield doubles, had a nice finish down there. Not a great start here for Donnie. And they're crossing with Josh Imhoff and Corey Smith. Got 8 games for you. Should be about 30 minutes a game. Should get done around 1 o'clock here today. And again, about 2 hours, then we get to 3. I know, 256. Ryan trounced you, Tom. I believe the skip procedure is skip a pair each game. But we'll find out for sure here in just a moment. Man, Donnie Wilson really off to a really bad start here, considering this pace of play. You see he's pretty frustrated, which I can understand that. So Barnes and Hess, 256, 258. Pretty good start over there. Eric Jones, Noah Walters, 244, 245. Bounce back over there for just a moment. Hardigan and Hardigan, 247, 279. Stubblefield had 214. Eric Zaxkenbowl, 214 as well. We'll watch one more shot here. If you're driving in or you're bowling a little bit later today, it's definitely some high scores out there, but I am also seeing some guys struggle a little bit, so I wouldn't get too crazily alarmed over the scoring pace right now, even though we saw a bunch of high scores here to start out in these two pairs. 247, 279 can fill it up here. Very nice. We'll wrap things up here. I'm going to walk the concourse, see if there were any 300 games, see if I can report on that. I'll be right back with game number 2 of 8 here from the 2022 Nightmare Doubles. Mike with you. I'll be back. I can report that I believe I know the high game in the building unless I missed it. All the way down on lanes 3 and 4, Danny Schubert had 299 and Kenny Corley had 254. So 553 for those gentlemen in game number 1. Corey Smith finishing off here on lanes 31. Looks like Corey's going to be in the 230s now. And that shot there, 237. It's going to wrap up game 1. We'll roll into game number 2. Hello to Bill from Denver. What's up, Cole the Bowler, Wayne, Skippy, Creepify, Pugman. Nice to see you all here today. Joining us. We got over 500 folks watching here on the stream. Certainly do appreciate that. They are using lanes 3 through 32. We'll be using these 8 lanes that I have for you for the finals. Sunday starting around noon. If you're just joining us, they're bowling on a house shot today. Most people are going to be borrowing the second arrow. The big triangle on both the right and the left side of the lane. Got Sambo Butler and Brad Brooks, of course, on 31 and 32, along with John Solario and Nathan Rayborn. John is the leadoff bowler, Nathan the second bowler. Roll that 4-pin. Nope. I'll keep you updated on what's going on over here, but I'm going to introduce some new players now. Head over to lanes 25 through 28. Of course, we still have Saxon, Stubblefield, Hardigan, and Hardigan, but right next door on lane 26, we have Brandon Mins and Michelle Salas, along with Aaron Holloman and Carl Williams. If you are in the Maumelle, Arkansas area, or the Cabot, Arkansas area, or Batesville, Arkansas, Hot Springs, Arkansas, or Hot Springs Village, Arkansas, Liberty Lanes, Hollywood Bowl, Central Lanes, All Fam Bowling and Entertainment Center, you might want to check out Bowl 101. Owner Brian Kennedy helps run this event, and they do a great job at their pro shops. Check out Bowl 101. Your champions 2 years ago was Steve Novak and Daniel Ferris. They'll be in the field this afternoon. Last year, it was Sean Lavery Spar and Michael Holloman taking things down. They are looking to defend this year, and they are bowling on this squad here today. We should see them later in the day here. Let's see, checking in on our chat. Favorite ball I own is easily the DV8 Activate. Bowled my first ever 200 game with it. That's awesome. Great to hear those types of stories, Dwayne. Hey, Mike from Wapaka, Wisconsin. Thanks for another stream. You're welcome, Pugman. I'm happy to be here with you. It's very early in our stream here. We've got a lot going on here this weekend, so just kind of dialing things in, making sure everything's working. So it's great to have things fired up. Wayne says, I see the Barnes kid is bowling in this tournament. Yes, he is, the Barnes kid. His name is Ryan. He's been bowling about 2 years, which is crazy to think about. What game is this, 2 or 3? Down on the bottom right, I have a game graphic, game 2 of 8, down below on the right, so that should take care of you. Let's see. Morning, Mike. How about your Utah Jazz, Jim Ward? Yeah, how about that? They trade away Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, and they start the season 2-0. I don't want to talk too much about basketball here, but I am a Jazz season ticket holder. And we went to the home opener, and when they had 2 turnovers to start the game and Denver scored the first bucket, I looked at Kim, my girlfriend, and said, you think we're ever going to have a lead in this game? And she said no, and I said no. And guess what? They beat Denver by like 15, and we're up by 22 at halftime. And then they go to Minnesota last night to play the Timberwolves, who have a star-studded starting 5. And they had a lead, kind of donked it off at the end of the game, went to overtime, and then win by 7 last night over the Minnesota Timberwolves. And everybody thought the Jazz were full-on tank mode, and Will Hardy's got them playing really well. Those guys are hungry. I call them the team of misfit toys. You know all those toys in the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, I believe it is, they play every year, which is coming up here in about a month or so. You'll be able to see that. The animated classic that is on every year, or maybe it's Frosty the Snowman. I can't remember which one it is, but they talk about the land of misfit toys, all the toys that are broken or there's something just a little bit wrong with them, but they're all still great toys. That's what I call the Utah Jazz right now, the land of misfit NBA players. And right now we're 2-0. Pretty crazy. All right, let's see. What else we got in here? What's the format? They bowl 8 games. A squad does, then B squad does. They bring back, I believe, a quarter of the field. And then let me just double check that. Let me make sure I got that right. Let me look at that. I go to all these events and I got to remember all the formats. Let's see. 1 and 4 make the cut to Sunday. Pins carry over. 5 games on Sunday to determine the top 8. Top 8 will bowl Ron, Robin, Baker doubles with 30 bonus pins going to the winner. $450 entry fee for this one. $8,000 guaranteed for first on a house shot. Okay. Let's see. What else? I'm new at bowling, really need this kind of video to analyze the techniques. Yeah, that's the crazy thing about bowling is you don't have to have a certain way of throwing the ball. The key is being consistent in how you deliver the ball with 3 different things. You need similar rotation every time, similar ball speed every time, and targeting. So if you hit your target and you throw the ball the same speed every time, and you rotate it the same way every time at the same degree of axis rotation, if you can do those 3 things, nothing else really matters. You can be a damn good bowler. So thanks for coming in and being part of the stream there. Certainly do appreciate that. 7 Redux. All right, let's see. You don't have cameras on the 1 through 20 lanes. No, I don't. I'm set up right here where the finals are going to be, and this is kind of what I have. I will tell you this. If I had more cameras and more computers, I'm not even sure I could stream them. I started streaming at 2 megs today and had to drop it to 1.25. It's a shared internet connection here, and my upload speed's not amazing. Looks like I missed a 2810 conversion on 24. While I was reading the chat, Mike, out of the current field, who do you think is the most underrated duo? I'll look into that in just a second. And let's see. My new favorite ball of the year is the Radical Innovator that I picked for being squad leader with 782 at Mo Pinnell's Memorial Tournament. That's awesome. All right, let me take a look-see over the roster. I guess, you know, I know Anthony Richmond. He's bowling with Adonis Hoffman. Richmond can play. Let's see. Jared Thompson and Jordan Smith. Those guys have been. They were bidding against me in the Calcutta last night, so I'm kind of mad at them. I'm joking, of course. Billy Rogers, Rick Justice. That might be a team that may be underrated. Chase Rhodes says Stubblefield and Sachs would be that team. Can you go to the lanes with Daly Young? Daly Young. That would be to the left of these pairs right here, and I do not have that currently for you, but they'll be coming through. They'll be coming through. Kirkendall and Wilson, though, a lot of people don't talk about them, but they are always making cuts. I know they got off to a slow start here today, but TQ in the chat. What's up, TQ? How you doing? South Africa watching today as well. Hello to you. Just outside of Memphis here at Andy B's, Bartlett. Got Brandon Minns right now working on the front six. And Lucas Hardigan working on the front six. Give you an update on Hess and Barnes. Hess can bowl 269 actually. And Barnes can bowl 236. Scores are coming down, I got to say. I'm just looking around. All right, front seven. Brandon Minns, front seven. Front seven there for Lucas Hardigan. So maybe we'll see a couple of 3 bills here this game. What do you guys think? Lucas is a beast. I agree, Butch. I agree. What's up, Justin? How you doing? What's up, Danny? Hello from Chicago. And I'm refreshing the page here on the scores. As soon as I kind of get in the rhythm of that, we'll be able to go over and look at the scores as well. So how about Brandon Minns working on the front seven? Can he get 8? I think I'm going to put out our first poll question. All right, here we go. That's the poll question. Just came up. Make sure you get your vote in. How many 300s are we going to see in Game 2 here on the stream? 2, 1, or none? Not going to leave this poll question up for very long. So get your votes in. Hardigan, front 8. More of you want to click that number 2 button, I'm sure. 20% of you right now think 2 300s. 55% say 1. 16% of you say none. We got a lot of glass half full people here. Nice shot there. Looked like she missed a little bit to the right, but she liked it. Got away with it a little bit from Michelle. Sachs and Stubblefield coming on. Sachs with a 6-bagger. Just got a cool little 569 left for Mins and Salas. It was a little warm in here to start the day, but they've got the air kicking good here. I'm actually going to put my my track jacket on, which most of you know I like to wear track jackets. And I say that because Stubblefield's bowling in his hoodie, which is normal. Mins with the front 8. Woo! All right, I got to shut down this poll. 51% of you say 1, 33% say 2, 18% say none. So those of you that pick none, I hope we get 2. I hope we get 2 just for you. Just for you. Glass half empty ears. Actually, I would have probably said none as well. The only thing worse than a black cloud is Mike singing. Thank you, Pugman. Yeah, no singing yet. We'll try to get that going a little bit later. What's going on, H-Man from Louisville? Louisville. Doubles partners are stacked. They are not side by side. So Hardigan and Hardigan bowling together. Mins and Salas bowling together. Etc. etc. All right, Greg. We'll save your ears. Front 9, Brandon Mins. He's looking for 3 bills here. Lucas Hardigan on the front 8, looking for 9. Ooh, a little high flush right there. Call the plumber. He's got some swag going on. It looks like he's got a swag jersey on. Lucas slaps the 7 out. Eric Sachs misses the 7 pin. See Ryan Barnes over there just left a 4 pin. He can bowl 215. Tom Hess had 248. Oh, tickling the 4 out kind of late there. Here was that last one. Let's look at it again. Watch the pin action here. There you go. Back to real time. front 11 for Brandon Mins. Could see our first 300 of the day. And no. How about 296? Wah, 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 wah. Take a quick glance at these couple of pairs here. I know we've got a lot of fans of all the bowlers out there. We can't cover everything, but it gives you an idea of what the players are bowling over here. See Hess with 248, Barnes with 215. Nolan Walters can finish with 215. Eric Jones had 212. Looks like Sambo 201 max, and Brad Brooks 248. Actually, excuse me, that was John Solerio and Nathan Rayborn. Butler and Brooks can actually bowl 204 and 243. But we got to go to Lucas because he's got the front 9. Lucas Hardigan looking for 10 in a row. Oh, that was a weird one. $288 the max. Those of you that picked none in the poll, you win. Let's take a look at this first shot again. Watch the pin action here. Doesn't look bad. A little wide maybe. Comes in light. And such weird ball reaction. I would say right now probably 80 over a game is going to be really put you in really good shape. I would say in the top 8 when the whole thing's done. So it's not stupid scoring pace. It is high, but looks like they're transitioning a bit now. So. And just like that, we're finishing up game 2 that quickly. Just rolling right along. That game went faster than the first game. They bowled 10 minutes of practice. And it took them a little bit to get going in game 1, but boy, this game just flew by. Game 3 coming up next for you here on Inside Bowling. Glad you're with us watching the action. Have it for you all day today. 16 total games, 8 games on the A squad qualifying, 8 games on the B squad qualifying. I'm Mike, I'm your host. And we'll get a little frisky here in the chat here in a little bit. Want to welcome in all of our viewers. We've got pretty good viewership here today to start things out. And when I come back, it'll officially be game numero 3. Get that graphic up for you right now. And 25 and 8 will 25 through 28 will probably be the first ones that will be ready to go. As we wait for everybody to come down. So I'm going to step away for just a minute, build some more graphics, check out a few things, make sure I've got everything going on my end. As you all know, I'm a little rusty when I get these things started, but hey, by the time we get down towards the finals, you don't find a better bowling broadcast out there. I know many of you may argue that other people are better than me, but I'm going to tell you right now they're not. Okay? So we'll see you in a little bit. right here in game number 3, and I'll have standings for you here in just a moment as the standings are in on the link that I have in the chat for the scores. Looks like we have Chandler Martin up on 27, bowling with Ryan Foster. Alec Keplinger and Cameron Hurwitz on 28. And then right next door, we got Kendall Martin bowling with Eric Barnett. And Daly Young bowling with Brandon Turnbull. And I know some folks were requesting Daly Young, so here we have it for you. Have them for you, I should say. And we've got some standings now as well. And I'm going to attempt to add those to the screen. See how I can do here. No, that's certainly not it. All right. There we go. Select screen region. No, it's not what I want either. This thing's not being too kind to me. For those of you that don't know, I'm just a bowler. I don't know technology at all. But I do what I can. So let me see if I can be cool here. Let me see how cool I can be. Oh, that might be it. This might be it right here. Oh my. You guys want to see how, I talk about how great I am, but I think this is going to be a real opportunity to really see how great I am. All right, let's see if I can get these standings up here. Okay, all right. I think I'm going to be able to do this, everybody. And these are available over at tournamentbowl.com. But in the meantime, let's look at the scores together right after Alec throws the shot. Week 10. Take a look at that. Here are scores, everybody. Jared Thompson and Jordan Smith bowled 506 and 534. They're at 1040. Hardigan and Hardigan 1027. How about Brandon Mins and Michelle Salas? We just saw them bowl 532. 1021 in third. Fourth is Chandler Martin and Ryan Foster at 1004. Danny Schubert and Kenny Corley, after opening up with 553, followed it up with 448 for 1001. Hess and Barnes are at 977. Lavery and Holloman at 974. Edwards and Picker at 971. Imhoff and Smith in ninth at 952. Two teams at 950, Michael Brownlee and Michael Brewer, along with Aaron Holloman and Carl Williams. Justin Turner, Ryan Cox at 928. Glenn Brown and Brian Brigman at 921. Anthony Richmond and Adonis Hoffman at 920. Alec Keplinger and Cameron Hurwitz at 918. They're taking 1 out of 4, so if they have 60 players, they'll take the top 15, and that's why you see that. But that'll be through 2 squads. When I say 60 players, I mean 60 teams, 30 on each squad. So you're looking at about 7th, 8th place here is where you want to be. And currently right now, that is 974 or 971 at the split there. These scores are available on the link that I have provided in the chat. And I guess we're missing a team, actually, which is my bad. Should have caught that. Is that the Kyle Troop in the chat? What's up, Kyle? How you doing, man? I like some of the hilarious comments here in the chat here. You guys are funny. This is 2 out of 3 weekends. I've seen a lot of these folks as we did just come back from the Springfield Doubles event. A lot of these bowlers bowled 2 weeks ago at Kevin Williams' event. Kevin Williams will be bowling with Tim Barron a little bit later today. Chris Arcaro is going to join me here in a little while. He's going to offer some insight for us. Looking forward to that. I am going to bounce out of here for just a moment. We've been watching these players over the first few games. This will be our last look. I just wanted to bounce in over here because Aaron Holloman here is he and his teammate, they're off to a pretty good start. He and Carl Williams. Holloman can bowl 279, 290 for Carl Williams. Brandon Mins can still bowl 220, and Michelle Salas can bowl 248. And then right next door, Stubblefield and Sachs, 221 for Ryan, 245 for Sachs, and then Lucas Hardigan has a front 7 again. This guy's on fire. Of course, bowling with Tim Hardigan. Front 9. Here come the scores. Aaron Hallman can bowl 279 here. Very nice, 279. Carl Williams can still bowl 290. Eric Sachs 245 here, up on 31. But our eyes are focused on, in my opinion, right now, the hottest bowler here, Lucas Hardigan. Got the front 9 for the second game in a row. Let's see if he can get 10 this time. And he does. And, you know, a lot of people say the end pairs. Oh, man, I got a bowl on the end pair. Well, Lucas says, you know what? Bring me this end pair. I'm good with it. Wall doesn't bother me at all. Still got 579 out there. Carl Williams here. We got front 10. How about 11 here? Let's get 11. Boom. You got to love that. You got to love it. You got to love it. What do you think, chat? Are we going to get 3 bills here? What's up with lefties and backwards hats? Right? We've seen that from AJ Rice, and to those of you that I didn't talk about it yet, but AJ was in a car accident yesterday on the way here. He's going to be okay, but he is banged up a bit. So our thoughts and prayers go out to AJ, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Every time I see a backwards hat and a lefty, I think of AJ Rice. So how about a little 3 bills here for Lucas Hardigan to get things going here. This guy's been on fire. This guy is on fire. Let's take a look at Lucas's 300 one more time after Carl Williams goes up and finishes out 290 for a little 569 for his team. What do you say? Carl Williams, boom. Beautiful, beautiful game. Nicely done. Let's take a look at that 300 one more time. Here he is. Lucas Hardigan. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, baby. That's got to feel good. Wrap things up here in game number 3. That'll help the old scoreboard. going to do it for Game 3. Roll into Game 4 here, and here in a moment I'll have Chris Arcaro join me here in the booth. Glad you're with us here. I'm going to step away for just a moment. We'll have continuing coverage here from the Nightmare Doubles. It actually looks like 29 through 32 will probably get started first, so I'll bring it over there. Keplinger, get things started. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, game 4 underway, as we mentioned. Standings are becoming available now. They're waiting on 2 more scores to come in. We'll go over the standings here in just a moment. Once again, if you're just joining us, I want to welcome you into the 2022 Nightmare Double, sponsored by DV8. Also by Bowl 101 Pro Shops in the Arkansas area. Brian Kennedy, his team do a great job. Also want to thank First Community Bank with locations all over the South. Joe Smith is the contact out of the Batesville, Arkansas branch. If you're looking for a loan, check out First Community Bank. And also, of course, Brad Brooks from the Brooks Agency. If you're looking for some insurance, check out bbrooksinsurance@gmail.com. Send Brad a message. He'll get you all hooked up. Brad, of course, bowling on this squad. Waiting on he and Sambo's score, as well as John Celerio and Nathan Rayborn. Should have those for you here in just a moment. And we have all scores are in now after 3. We're going to go over those here. I'm going to pop them up on the screen. Again, there is a score link in our chat. I have pinned at the top here on YouTube. Aaron Holloman and Carl Williams, your leaders at 15-19. Jared Thompson and Jordan Smith at 15-12. We saw Holloman and Williams just now bowl 569 right here on the stream. Sean Lavery and Michael Holloman, they've got it going on at 15-11. Tim Hardigan and Lucas Hardigan. Lucas is bowling awesome right now, 15-01. Tom Hess and Ryan Barnes at 14-71. Brandon Mins and Michelle Salas at 14-52 are 6th. 7th is Michael Brownlee and Michael Brewer at 14-37. 8th is Chandler Martin and Ryan Foster at 14-21. We have a tie for 9th between Danny Schubert and Kenny Corley at 14:09, as well as Josh Imhoff and Corey Smith at 14:09. At 14:08 and 11th is Cliff Edwards and Josh Picker. At 14:01 is Anthony Richmond and Adonis Hoffman. And at 14:01, that's 700 a man is 1,400, so that's 233 average. And we are going to be cutting to the top 15 through 2 squads. So around 7th or 8th place is where you want to be. You can see the rest of the scores up there on your screen, and also they're available on the link in the chat. So I'm going to go ahead and take that off the screen now. There you have it. We have for you, we've got Chandler Martin here bowling with Ryan Foster, Alec Keplinger, and Cameron Hurwitz. And then, of course, right next door we still have Daley Young and Brandon Turnbull. We will continue to keep an eye on this string here, but I'm going to bounce out of here and introduce you to some new players. We have Eric Samowski and Mike Sapolis over there on 28. That's Samowski up there right now. Sapolis looks like he has spare 4-bagger. Bowling with them is Robert Albrecht and Tyler Corbin. And then right next door we have Billy Rogers and Rick Justice, bowling with Cole Daly and Perry Mason. I used to watch Perry Mason with my aunt when I was younger. Yeah.
How you doing this morning, man?
I'm good. All right, everybody. I told you I would be joined by a guest. Welcome in, Chris Arcaro. How are you?
Good, man. I'm glad to be here. I made sure I made this trip this year just to get to see you.
Just to see me.
Yep. Special out here for you. So what are we looking at this morning? How are they looking?
Well, here, I'll let you look at the scores. They're right here. You take a look. You tell me what you think.
All right. We got 15-19, 15-12. Yeah. Honestly, a little lower than I was thinking. I mean, they're high, but I was expecting a little bit more the first two games, but from what I've talked to, I went and talked to Adonis Huffman, and he was telling me a little tight on the fresh. You know, they're a little juicy, but you got to throw some shiny balls to get your ball to go through the pins the right way. You know, I've been going up and down, and normally on these house shot tournaments, at least the first couple games, you see the really big balls with a lot of surface to kind of blend them out, and I haven't seen a lot of that. So, you know, my plan is tonight, you know, I'm going to polish a couple balls before I come in here because I think that looks to be the play to get them to go through the pins the right way. But
You think so? No, a little more polish, huh?
yeah. At least for me, you know, I'm old and fat now, so I can't get my ball through the front. So, you know, I got too much rev rate. I think that's going to be the play. But, you know, I don't know. They definitely don't look difficult to get to the pocket, which is good because I haven't been bowling a whole lot. So, you know,
I always feel like about November 1st is when tournaments should be allowed to start putting out harder patterns because the league season starts in September.
Okay.
You should get 2 months of things being a little easier.
Yep. And then they start getting a little tighter after you get your feet under you and start bowling a lot of tournaments again.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you.
That's just kind of, you know, but hey, you know.
You know, it's funny when I used to bowl on tour full time. You know, I grew up with Kyle Troop and all those guys.
Yes, sir. Kyle's in the chat, by the way, as well for a little while here, a little bit ago.
But you know, I really think that you know, I used to look at these tournaments as I wanted to see the really, really hard stuff. You know, I would go to like orb drillers and all those kind of tournaments because you know the spares would make a difference, and you just want to kind of control the pocket. And those were the tournaments I really liked because I was really sharp and I bowled a whole lot. Now I'm really into coaching and drilling a lot and doing that kind of stuff. And you know, I took a drill job with Brunswick. I'd work in the booth for USBCs and drill for them. So 4 months out of the year, I don't bowl a whole lot anymore. So, you know, now I look for these little bit softer patterns so, you know, I can come out here and really compete. But I think this seems to be great, man. I've heard nothing but good things about this tournament. I really wanted to bowl the Springfield doubles. I think that was last weekend or 2 weeks ago. I think
2 weeks.
Yeah, me and Brandon Curtis were supposed to bowl that, and some stuff happened where we missed out. But we're definitely gonna get into that next year. But this one we're excited to bowl, man. And you know, I was I was actually supposed to bowl with my buddy Chuck Dunn, and he had some stuff happen, so last minute he had to back out. So big shout out to my boy Chris Rogers. He came down and filled the spot for me. We used to be roommates on tour for years, so he's in Charlotte and I'm in Atlanta. I don't get to see him as much as I normally do, so it's really nice to get to spend the weekend with him and just catch up with all the boys. Let's see who we got here.
Yeah, and I'm about to move over to Cam Hurwitz here, who has the front 8, looking for 9 in a row.
All right.
He and Keplinger last year finished 4th.
Okay. So they're one of the favorites again this year.
They are, yeah.
How much did they go for in the Calcutta last night?
I'm not sure. I don't have that list.
It better be more than I went for.
It was over 1,000.
Good.
Yeah.
I feel better about my 350 then. I blame that solely on Kevin Williams.
I know.
But
I got a little piece of Stubblefield and Sachs. They're not off to such a great start right now.
I snagged Nick Christie and Daryl
Okay.
for a cheap number. They weren't here last night, and I wanted to make sure my boy Nick had somebody that would give him some action. So let's see. See, the big thing that I'm seeing is, the misses tend to be in. All the ones that don't strike tend to be, kind of the in to out, where it doesn't quite get there all the way. And I think that's a lot to do with. And I think that's got a lot to do with, just the lane play right now. All these guys that throw it hard, because, like I said, I think more surface isn't looking good to go through the pin deck. So
Right.
You've really got to get your ball right at 12 at some point, to get it to feed back. And, everybody's hitting the pocket a bunch, but the ones that are missing are the ones that are throwing it a little firm and then not getting it to the spot, which is kind of odd because some of these house shots, you throw the big ball and kind of trap the puddle, but I don't think you can do that here. I think you got to play a little bit more left to right to get the ball to consistently come to the pocket. There we go. All right. And then so are the partners vertical?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's the ones on the same lane.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So his partner shooting 240 also.
Yeah,
so
Keplinger, yeah.
This is
Do you know Alec at all?
I don't.
Yeah, so Alec's is pretty decorated here. Wichita State.
Okay.
Junior gold finalist multiple times.
Oh, he throws it good.
And do you remember a young lady by the name of Sandra Jo Shirey that bowled on the PWBA tour,
Yeah.
LPVT back in the day, multiple titles?
Yeah.
That is her son.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense. That's why he throws it so good.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people that think that he's going to go on to be a PBA Tour champion. So
Yeah.
and he's bowling with his boy Cam Hurwitz here, and I think Cam may have grown 2 or 3 inches since the last time I saw him.
So is this the boy that was junior gold? Did he make the finals at junior gold one year?
Hurwitz, I believe he did.
Yep. I remember. I thought he looked familiar in the Calcutta room last night, and I didn't know if I had the right guy.
Yeah, these guys can play, so he's looking for the front 10.
Yeah. Oof.
Throws it so good, huh?
He does, man. There's not much grab at the bottom of that swing. Like I said, I've been getting into a lot of coaching and stuff back home, and in Douglasville area, and little shout out to everybody back home, Southern Lanes, who lets us do all of our my practice sessions and my lessons and stuff. They're 10 minutes from my house, and they always do a great job at letting us be there, and great facility. But that's where I've been doing all my lessons at, and I really kind of fell into that, and this is exactly what I'm trying to get my guys to do. I mean, man, that comes off his hand so good. Oof. But see, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Right.
That was that little in to out miss, and I do think, everybody's realizing that you got to keep your speed up to keep your feet right, so your ball still goes to the pins the right way. If you get left too quick, it's gonna too much angle on the pin deck and all that good stuff. But, well, we jinxed him.
289.
Yeah. Shake that off.
That team was needing a game. 1390 was their score in 13th. 7th was 1437, so that should put them inside the top 7.
Okay.
You know, we've got 29 teams on this squad. I believe we have 30 on the next squad. They're going to cut to the top 15. That's going to be a kind of a brutal cut here. I mean, I know that a quarter of the field is normal, but, man, you know, it's –
the numbers are so high. You know.
Yeah, you know, so, you know, right now we'll get a real idea after this next game kind of where we're at. I anticipate scores to come down a little bit. Boy, that was a crazy messenger. I don't know if you saw that.
I did see the bouncing, spinning messenger in front of the 10-pin on 25. But
yeah, and for those that didn't see it, I'm going to play it again, I think.
we don't want to miss this.
Yeah, I want to show this again. Take a look at this pin action here. Here we go, lane 25.
Oh, the other pin got in front of it. It
I
banged
think
it
so.
in front of it.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Oof. But yeah, me and Christian were actually talking in the room last night, and you know, I think the hardest thing about these tournaments when the scoring pace is this high is it's almost like a mental block. You know, because when you do catch those pairs that might be a little bit tight or a little bit tricky, you know, I think it's hard to accept the 2-0 or the 2-10, and instead of like, and it's really easy to like ball change and try and trick them and then shoot 170 or 180, and that's, you know, it puts you 60-70 pins behind the pace, you know. So I think the biggest thing with these is it's easy to get to the pocket and it's easy to strike, but, you know, it's almost mentally harder, you know, I feel like, because you have to strike so much.
Yeah.
You know, when you feel like you don't have a six-bagger going in the game, you feel like you're behind the 8-ball. So, you know, that's the way I look at these, you know, versus the hard tournaments where you got a lot of room to where, you know, if you make a couple bad shots, you can make your spares and it's not that big of a deal. These, you know, even if you're sparing, you know, double nine spare is no good out here. What we got going on? So do you think they're going to tighten up a little bit towards the end of the block, or do you think they're going to open up more?
Well, so I talked about this on the stream I did a couple weeks ago at Kevin's tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is you should see scores go down a little bit towards the end, because anytime you remove oil in the front part of the lane and you apply more oil down lane, meaning that the bowling balls are taking the oil off the front part of the lane, but they're carrying some of the oil down the lane, typically that creates a harder scoring environment in general.
Right.
So I'm not sure the length of this pattern. When we were in Springfield, the pattern was a little bit longer, 43 feet. I think this one's a little bit shorter than that. I would guess 41 from what I can see from ball reaction.
Yep, and 28 mils. I remember that.
But I would say that I think that the scoring pace comes out huge, and it still is going to stay high. But I do think that it comes down a little bit here.
Now, most of the time on these high-scoring tournaments, we do have a lot more lefties than we normally would.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the case today?
There's quite a few. You know, we just saw Eric Samowski bowling with Mike Sapolis. It looks like Samowski had 172. Not a very good game for him. Mike Sapolis, the right-hander. Those guys are from St. Louis. I know them very well. 237.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of. I think what you try to do is you try to get a righty and a lefty in these things.
Right.
Anymore. But there's a lot of righty teams that end up winning these things, you know.
Yep.
But last year it was Sean Lavery Spar and Michael Holloman, so there's your righty-lefty combo.
Right.
But the year before was Steve Novak and Daniel Farish, and they're both right-handed. And, you know, I wouldn't say those guys are high-rev guys, especially Farish. I mean, Novak can spin it up pretty good. But
Right. Farish is pretty accurate, though. That guy can split some boards.
He's very accurate.
Yep.
Yeah.
The last big tournament I won with my partner was AJ Rice. It was the member-non-member down in Florida.
Oh, nice.
And, really high-scoring pattern. It was a Scorpion, the old Scorpion on old surface.
Yep.
With a lot of friction. And, it was kind of the same thing. And a lot of times when I make my doubles teams, it's the same way. I try and find lefties, to kind of blend them out a little bit more and stay out of my way. So I told Christian he's got to move really far right or really far left so I can, continue to strike every game. He's got to do the hard work.
I think that's a good plan.
Yeah. I told him just stay away from me.
Yeah.
Wherever
Totally.
I'm at, get out of the way so I can keep striking. He's much better than I am. So.
talking it over with Chris Arcaro here in the booth. It's good to see you, man. It's these tournaments. I do a lot of work across the industry. Bowl TV. I did work for Flow last year. When I come to these events with just my little one-man band here with, I don't have multiple streams, multiple channels to choose from and all that kind of stuff. Right. But I certainly do enjoy the grassroots side of things and kind of more of the barstool sports kind of feeling, when I'm on my own airwaves. And it's good to see guys like you that have supported us for so many years. I mean, you've been on board for so long.
Oh yeah, and I mean, you do such a good job, man. Like, when the years that I'm out, it's so great to be able to tune into YouTube and keep up with all my buddies as they're going along in these things. Of course,
yeah.
I had a few years where I got out because of back injuries and stuff like that. So now everything's back to good. Lost about 40 pounds this year. So.
I was kind of noticing that.
Yeah.
What's the key to that? Cutting out soda or something?
No. Honestly, that 4-month stint in nationals. I stayed at South Point, so I had the gym there and everything, and I worked so hard. Bob Bruce just burned it off of me. That's the way I've been telling everybody. But and then my wife, Mariana, I'm not sure if you know her. She used to bowl for Mexico and Maryland Eastern Shore and all that stuff. She doesn't quite bowl anymore, but Mariana Alvarado was her old name.
Okay.
Now it's Mariana Arcaro. And but
you didn't take her name?
I didn't.
You should have.
She actually didn't take my name at first. We've gotten married twice now.
Okay.
Once at the courthouse and once in the nice wedding. So,
okay.
But she surprised me this year because she got her citizenship, and she had to redo all of her paperwork. So the surprise for our anniversary was that she changed her last name. So now she's got 17 last names instead of 16.
Well, I like that. Hey, I'll bring it into the booth here. Put a name with a face here. People tell me that I look great in a track jacket. I get that all the time.
I get that. I can see that.
And I have no idea what apparel company you support. I have no idea.
This one. Cool Wick does a great job. They take care of me. They do, and I'm extremely excited that now the PBA is open season.
Everybody, yeah.
So
that's going to add a whole new dynamic.
Yep. And I think they should have done that a while ago. There's so many good companies out there that it was preventing from people, getting to see. And Cool Wick being one of them. They've taken care of me the last 3 years. I grew up with Gerald Richardson, and he got me in. And,
everybody knows Gerald.
TK, Kyle, he started up the 12-bagger with him. And they always take good care of me. This is one of their new color-changing shirts. So I'm trying to
like a chameleon.
Yeah, Mariana was kind of worried about these because I sweat a lot. So we were just gonna have big stains on the bottom, but it doesn't work out that way.
I think I think that's probably a good idea now. We are going into Game 5. I think we'll just go back out to the lanes.
Yeah, nobody wants to see us.
Yeah. I do need to find an arcade guy, though, with all the arcade machines behind me here. I need to turn them all down about 30% on the volume.
Oh, is it affecting your...
I'm so tired of hearing chopsticks back there.
You're going to hear it in your sleep tonight.
Oh, no question. No question.
So, man, I don't recognize a lot of these people. Have I just been out of it that long?
Probably a little bit. That's always my struggle as well. They don't all wear name shirts and stuff like that.
It's hard to keep up. There's so many good young bowlers, too, that jump into these. Like Ryan Barnes, he's down there. He's striking at will. I mean,
and he's only been bowling for a couple of years.
That's what I'm saying. He's on a tear, man. He seems to be really, really good. I haven't met him personally. I'm going to try and meet him this weekend while I'm here, but he seems to be definitely one of the names that's going to be popping out here in the next few years. But see, that again, that's what I'm seeing on this pair. All of the shots that I'm seeing that aren't striking or not getting to the pocket are all misses in. The guys that are getting it, leaking it right early or left early, depending on your hand, you're okay there, but all the guys that kind of miss that in to out are the ones that it just seems to get behind the head pin. And I thought they were going to kind of break down a little bit and the mid lane was going to start picking up, but I don't see it yet. And I do think that's got a lot to do with, there's just nobody's throwing surface. And from what I've talked to the players, it's just the bowling balls with surface aren't going through the pins the right way. So
right.
You got to throw shiny balls, and then you got to get them right at probably 12 to make sure that they still read. What's going on here? Yep. But yeah, I drilled a couple new balls. I got a Rattler in my bag, one of those new Radical pieces, and then I got a Innovator, and what else did I drill? And then another 3D offset for this weekend. So see how those work. Been on Brunswick staff for about 5 years now. Thank you. Shout out to Brunswick, Tyler and Moore. They all take great care of me. These guys are awesome. What we got here? All right. So have the end pairs been, how are they in this house? Is there anything major about them? You see that they're hooking more or hooking less? Nah.
The end pair looks good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we just had front end on it.
Yeah, looks good over there.
Didn't we just have a 300 down here too? I heard a celebration down here.
Yeah, we had 300 on that pair.
And then front 10 the next game.
Yeah.
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 So that pair is not bad.
Yeah, Lucas Hardigan, both 300 on that pair.
Did I hear somebody went 79, 300 to start today?
Very well could have. Yeah, I might have missed that, but here, if you want to see the 300, here it is.
Let's see. I believe that's the gentleman that was saying he had it. I think he went 79, 300.
He did have 79 the second game.
Yep.
And then...
Ooh, he throws it good.
Isn't that sick?
Yep. He's got some nice hair to go with it, too.
Oh, he does. And the hat on backwards lefty thing, I gave a little tribute, a little shout out to AJ.
Yeah. Man, I hate what happened to him on the way here. He got in that car wreck.
He's okay, though, right?
He is. I texted him yesterday to make sure everything was fine. Obviously he's frustrated, but, I think he's going to be okay. Luckily he's in really good shape. So I think guys like that, when they do get into injuries, and he's got a hunger that is unheard of in this sport. So he's going to be back quick. I actually am lucky enough to get to coach AJ every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked with him 2 weeks ago, and he shot 820 the next week in league, but obviously that's not due to me. He shoots 820 every week in league, it seems like. But he's just, that guy, he just works so hard, and that's why he has the success he does. I think people don't give him enough credit. They call him the house guy, but he's pretty good on a lot of stuff. I won't tell him that. You can't give your friends compliments, but
John Appling says he sent someone in the game room to turn off the machine. I was half joking about the machines, but half not joking at the same time.
Yeah. I'll go yell at them for you when I get out of here. See what they do. I think they're keeping him on for Nick Christie when he comes in.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to come in and play the games a little while.
I think you're right.
He's got that Brady bunch. I don't think the Brady bunch is coming with him this time, but I always enjoy seeing that family come with him at all the regionals and stuff. Dick Allen, he always takes care of Nick's kids and stuff while they're running around the regionals. It's just a great Southern region family, everybody. Man, they seem to be holding up pretty well. I don't see a whole lot of guys having to go really, really far left or really far right so far. So at least the front of the lane's holding up, which is nice, which makes sense when people were saying they were a little tight on the fresh. There you go. Good break there. That guy on 23 and 24, I've seen him a lot at the tournaments, the House Mouse. Man, he strikes a bunch. Yeah, lefty. I'm not sure what his name is, but he's got the house mouse shirt on. He's just out of our stream on there over on 23 and 24. Bowls a lot of the endo tournaments, I think. AJ was telling me about him. So did I hear Pharaoh's going to be here?
He is.
Oh, that's exciting. I always like getting the
Yeah, I like Pharaoh.
Chop it up with Pharaoh.
He bowled a couple weeks ago as well.
Yeah, he's a good dude. I married into a really great bowling family. It's my sister-in-law is Daniela Alvarado, and she bowled for Wichita State. And she was really, really good friends with Pharaoh because they both lived in D.C. for a while together. So now every time I bowl one of these tournaments, Pharaoh comes up and gives me a big bear hug. So it's always nice.
Talking about Jared Thompson from Houston, is who you were talking about.
There you go. Yep.
He was bidding against me in the Calcutta last night.
Oh, okay. So we're not cheering for him.
No,
today.
I tried to get Crummel and Cam. That's what I was trying to get.
I mean,
but
you know you were going to pay a chunk for them.
Yeah, and I have a hard time spending way too much money on that because it is a house shot after all.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's so many factors in. Like, you could come out here and bowl great and just get tapped too many times and not get there. But did they tell us yet how much money they got from the Calcutta last night?
It's like 20 grand.
Oh my God! I knew it was going to be a lot because there was a couple guys over $1,000 and dealer's choice was $2,000, I think, or $2,500, and Mookie
2,000, yeah.
Yeah, Mookie and Wesley took that. This guy throws it pretty good. I haven't seen him before. Boom. Nice heavy roll. And flat 10. I jinxed him.
Waiting for the final. Oh, there it is. All right, I have scores.
Let's see what we got
After
here.
4. Aaron Holloman and Carl Williams, 2025. Jared Thompson and Jordan Smith, 1987. Hardigan and Hardigan, 1964, tied with Hess and Barnes.
So that is 425 over for 4, right? Am I doing that right?
Yep.
Man, that's 250 apiece. It's a good bit.
Lavery and Holloman looking to repeat.
Yeah. No surprise there up there.
Keplinger and Hurwitz in 6th after that big 536 game, 1926.
Gonna get him back in it.
Michael Brownlee, Michael Brewer, 1910. So your cut number right now, right around, I would say, around 1895 roughly between 7th and 8th.
So that's about 280 to 300 over.
Yeah, so I would say that should come down a bit the last 4 games.
The pace, you're saying? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that. Now, I know in regionals, there's always a big variance of A versus B because B comes in and they watch A and then they start, a zone farther left and sometimes B is a little bit tighter. I don't think we're going to see that today. Because
no, on a house shot.
Yeah, they're just so soft.
Now, there are some folks that say that the B squad could be a bit of a stronger squad.
I mean, we're bowling B squad, so,
I know.
Yeah,
right, exactly. And Mookie and Wes and
Yep.
and Cam and Crummel.
Yep. Nick and Daryl are bowling too. They got switched to B. So, but yeah, I mean, and that could be. But I mean, that's scary to know that the scores are this high on the weaker of the 2 squads.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, so let's see this. So, like this guy on 27, this is where I talk about, a little bit of the mental aspect on these house shots. He's got, double 9 spare, strike, 9 spare, strike. That's where you start pressing a little bit, even though it might have all been great shots. It's tough on these because the scoring pace is so high. But, from that sheet, it was nice to know that, those guys that shot the 530 over here, the 3 or 4 games before that were all like 450s and 460s. So if you do shoot that monster, you can get away with having a couple that aren't.
Hey, since you're here, I'm going to step away for a second if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for a little walk, stretch the legs, see what's going on. I'll let you carry things here. Here's your chat right here, so you can.
Okay.
Anybody has anything going on there?
Oh, Darren Dusenberry. Arcaro.
Tony Resnick in there. So I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes.
All right, buddy. All right, guys. I'm taking it over. Darren, what is up? Chuck Ritchie. Nice to see you, buddy. These scores are high. There we go. So, I mean, the big thing that I see is, a lot of times, like I was talking to him, the house shots that I see a lot, you try and keep it in the funnel, with the bigger bowling balls. But I really think due to the topography and the lane surface that, here you really need to, keep with the polished bowling balls. And due to that, as you're chasing it left, it seems like you really need to be sure to feed it to the right to make sure that ball bangs back. But it's necessary. I think they needed to load up the front just so we don't have to go left so quick, and that way the righties can keep up with the lefties when the scoring pace is this high. Trying to keep up with the chat. Franco, Christopher Mayer. Appreciate that. Feel bad for the guys who can throw it straight with their release for 10 pins. Personally, I haven't heard of you, but the coverage you're giving, can't wait to see you bowl. Appreciate that, Corey. Not sure I can live up to the hype if you see me bowl, but my buddy Chris Rogers, he throws it real good, so at least you'll get to see him on the pair. Left is walled. Of course the left is walled. Left is always walled. But I hate to break it to you, this weekend, the right is walled too. Everything's walled. It's just a big wall. Right, let's see who we got here. P. Miller. So already you can see the scores are starting to go down a little bit. Ideally, most of the time I would say that, these middle games is where the transition kind of happens. And, a lot of the scoring pace, I think, goes up in the middle of the block because, the oil does carry down a little bit. So the high rev guys, it blends them out for them a little bit more. And they don't quite get in so much trouble of them being over cliffed on the fresh. And then, once you get to games 5 and 6, I think they start probably getting a little tougher because, like Mike was saying, the front of the lane goes away and all of it gets dragged down lane. But so it looks like more symmetricals and less surface. Terrence Bright, my boy, yeah, he's bowling the second squad with me. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, Terrence. And I don't even think the symmetricals is necessary. You can probably get away with the ASIMs if you got some high pins or some shallow angles. But definitely less surface. Definitely less surface. Terrence, you throw it so good it doesn't really matter. Chuck Ritchie, loft. I don't know about that. I used to be the king of loft, and now I've started to realize as I've gotten a little bit smarter. I think the grip pressure goes a little haywire when I start lofting it now. So now, instead of where I used to loft it to kind of control the front and then it would pick up down lane a little bit more. Now I've gotten better with my touch to where I can get a little softer and get my ball to hook down lane more that way, so I don't have to quite loft it as much. But still a good option for some other guys. I'm sure we're going to see Faro getting some air under it. Man, this guy's been striking a bunch. I'm not sure what his name is, the guy that just bowled on 26, but he seemed to have a 6 or 7 bagger every game. Oh, my wife's in the chat. Love you, baby. Let's see what we got going on here. And see this transition, this guy on 25 here. it's the same thing. You're seeing it. It's starting to get a little lazy down lane. If I was to go talk to him, I would say, get out of that ball with that surface on it. Get into something a little shinier, and probably get it to the right a little quicker. It does look like he's throwing a purple hammer, so that's probably the problem. But it might be one of the new ones. I don't want to take any chances. It might be that new reactive purple. So. Chuck Ritchie, then you got older. Yep, I definitely got older. I'll be on the 50 tour with you here soon. Man, I really like this guy's ball roll on 27. It's just nice and heavy. You can see when he gets it to the right, it blends it out. But where all these other guys, when they miss in and it blows through it, his actually still picks up and gets to the pocket. I think that's really important. I try and deal with that with a lot of my lessons back home. Get away from the spinny, get into the nice heavy roll like that on 25. That's why you're striking so much, man. Pretty swings. A lot of talented players out here. Purple hammer is always the problem. We're not going to get into that conversation. I'm very happy to say that here at the Nightmare Doubles, we don't see a whole lot of urethane going down the lane, and that's a nice change for me. In the South region, we've seen a ton of purples in the regionals and stuff this year, and it just makes the lanes real tough and kind of weird, and it makes a grind. And I feel like the really good players, they can bowl on any condition. Me and Nate Garcia have had this talk a lot this year, and I don't disagree with that, but it does get old at a certain point. That's why I'm starting to bowl these house shot tournaments. I really like seeing my ball strike again. So hopefully we can strike today. We got House Mouse Jared Thompson. Yep. Thank you, Chris Turner. We got that. Are you seeing difference between the high and the low end of the house? Not so much, Terrence. I think, like I said, it just seems to really be more cliffed, And I think you've just got to make sure that you're getting it right of that big puddle. I mean, this pattern, if I remember correctly, it's like 42 feet, 28 mils, and 12 to 1. I mean, that 12 to 1 it's a massive cliff. But it's gonna make you get that heavy ball roll to blend it out the right way and to make sure your ball's going through the pins the right way. Just because they're easy doesn't necessarily mean these cuts are easy to make. You've got to strike 8-9 times a game to be relevant in this tournament. So I think it's just a different type of hard. The other ones we're sure aren't going to see the reactive on 2-to-1 patterns. Well, yeah, I believe that. One of the comments said that they're not going to see reactive on their 2-to-1 patterns. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. Here we go. Let's see my favorite guy again. Such good ball roll. And, you see that trip 4, that's due to that heavy ball roll, man. It's one of the keys. But, as you saw that guy on 27, that's the in to out miss I've been talking about since I've been in the booth. You just got to make sure that you get the ball there. That seems to be the common denominator here this week. And that's a little odd for the house shots. Most house shots, I feel like you do need to keep it in and away from the cliff. But due to, like I've been talking about, topography forcing you in to shine your bowling balls, I think you have to make sure it gets right at 12 at some point, or it's not going to slow down the right way and go through the pins. Terry Donaldson, Chris, my son, really enjoyed bowling the Pro-Am with you at the Greater Nashville Open. Oh, thank you so much. It was nice bowling with you guys. I always enjoy those Pro-Ams. Getting to see the great bowlers that support our PBA regional tours. Boom. Man, I'm excited to bowl today. Looks like there's some strikes out there. Hopefully I can average over 210. Should make the cut with my partner Christian Rogers averaging 280. Let's see what we got going on here. Finishing up game 5. We got Mr. Flanagan back.
Yeah, I got here just in time to see the string come to an end.
That's right.
By Mr. Brewer.
Yeah. I think it's you're jinxing him.
I know.
I was taking the credit for it, but it might be you.
Brownlee and Brewer here, and then Ben Turner and Lance Turner, of course.
Yep.
Next door, you've got Cole Daly and Perry Mason, along with Billy Rogers, Rick Justice. Rick Justice getting ready to finish up here, 236. Already got 236 up on the board.
So Billy Rogers was that B on 27. I've been talking a lot about him.
Yep.
Yeah,
he
does it good.
Yeah, he does. And Rick Justice here, he's another good one. These guys bowl a lot of doubles tournaments.
Where are they from?
Great question. Not sure.
Okay.
But I'll tell you, they bowl holiday doubles. And they bowled Springfield doubles.
Yep.
And they bowl here. So I'm going to guess, if I had to guess, I'm going to say Arkansas.
Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Or Tennessee.
Tennessee's
Could
good.
be Tennessee. That's a good guess, right?
Tennessee's a good guess. Man, there's some good bowlers out of Tennessee. I moved to Atlanta 2 years ago, and I've been bowling a lot of the bracket challenges around Knoxville and Nashville and all those good things, and there's just a ton of great bowlers in that area.
Rick and Billy from Dallas area. There we go. Thank you, guys. Rick Justice from Shawnee, Oklahoma. Billy's from Dallas.
Yep.
There you go.
I do enjoy that with these big doubles tournaments. It's always nice to see all the great bowlers that are scattered across the country that you don't get to see.
Sure.
And the local stuff. It gets old, getting beat by Nate Garcia and AJ Rice every weekend.
Of course.
So I'll go somewhere else and get beat by somebody else this weekend.
So they say he's from Dallas, right? So
Todd Van Allen, what's up, buddy? This is my favorite month of the year because I'm a horror movie guy. So
okay.
All the new ones come out.
Well then,
October.
so if we're going to talk movies here in a second.
Okay. We can talk all day on this.
Since there's no bowling right in front of us right now, we're going to wait for this to finish up here, but then we'll talk a little movies.
Yep.
I'm going to blow your mind, I think, today.
Okay.
I think I'm going to blow your mind a little bit.
Hi, James Lord. There's been some good ones that came out this year. The COVID was pushed everything back, so it's really nice to see all the movies picking back up and all the production coming back out. There's that house mouse slinging wood. Messenger missed it, but bang. Well, I'm starting up another pro shop.
Oh, you are?
Yep, we're doing me and my wife are doing a ship to home drill service. So because don't really want to jump into the retail location with me being gone half of the year. So a lot of those customers that I've met at nationals, that don't have pro shops back home, I figured it was a good idea to just start something out of the garage, kind of have something to do, and then all the lessons I do, if those guys need some help, I got a little facility in there that I can do. But it's called the Dude's Drill Shop, and that is based off of my favorite movie, The Big Lebowski. So,
okay.
My YouTube
I
channel
like that.
is the Dude Reviews, and I got the Dude Coaches, and my Cash App's the Dude Accepts. So, it's all in there, movie related.
Shout out for backstage member Ben Turner now. Absolutely. Got a chance to talk with Ben yesterday. Out here crushing it.
Ty, I see him in the chat. There he is. Hashtag the Dude's Drill Shop. One of my buddies that came over this week, got a lesson, got some balls drilled. Good dude. Good to see you, Ty. $248. I was talking about that guy. What's his name? Do we know his name?
Yeah, that's
26A.
Yeah, it's Michael Brownlee.
Yeah, he throws it good. He seems to have a string going every game. See, all my local guys are popping in the chat now.
If you're just joining us, I'm Mike Flanagan, joined by Chris Arcaro here.
What's up? Having a blast here at the 2022 Nightmare Doubles. You know, I feel like the name is a little deceiving because
it is.
You know, every time I heard this, I was like, "Oh, they're going to be brutal." Like,
yeah. Right.
Nope, it's just around Halloween. Go.
If I'd have known the color scheme of the bowling center, I'd have kept with the red down below. Last year we were red and black, and this year I'm like, let's switch it up a little bit. We'll go
I like
with
the
orange.
Halloweeny.
Yeah. We try.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, Mr. Brownlee. Hopefully his thumb stays glued in today because he had one go in the gutter at the last event that we had. His thumb came out and it went in the gutter, popped out, and then he hit the pocket for a wrap 10.
Oh, I saw that. I did see that on Facebook.
$279 for Mr. Brewer.
Not too bad.
It's a nice
with $248. So that's $520. It's a good dip. Uh-oh.
All right, so we have no bowling out there, so I will bring it into the booth, and I'm going to blow your mind. So talking it over with Chris Arcaro here. He says he wants to talk movies.
Of course. Always.
Yesterday, a movie came out,
Okay.
and I'm in the film.
No way.
Yeah, I'm in the film.
Which one of these?
Came out yesterday.
Is it the one with The Rock?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I'm not. No.
You were the superhero next to The Rock?
No, I was in American Murder.
American Murder?
With Ryan Felipe from Cruel Intentions.
Really?
Came out yesterday. It's not in every theater. It's only a few theaters throughout the country, about 40 of them. Comes out streaming next week. And I'm part of the Utah Actors Guild. So every once in a while when these things come in my inbox, I go and spend a day acting.
Yeah.
And
that's so cool.
Yeah. So in the movie, if anybody wants to go out and see it, I have not seen it yet. Like they didn't give me like a director's cut, which I'm a little upset.
Yeah, you should have.
Michael Gentile, it's his first ever movie that he directed. I'm friends with him on Instagram or whatever. But anyway, so it's about a guy. It's an unsolved mystery. He
sucker for those.
Yeah. So what happened was he robbed an armored car out front of a movie theater and shot the guy and killed him.
Okay.
And he is still on America's Most Wanted list. They still have not found the guy.
Okay.
And so basically when they show up and they, when the police show up on the scene, then the news crews come in.
Mm-hmm.
I jump out of a news van as a cameraman, and I'm basically filming the girl who's got the mic, and she's reporting live on the scene, and I'm the cameraman.
I'm gonna have to see.
So
this.
I can't wait to see the movie, but I'm in the movie.
You said it's just a limited release in some theaters.
Yeah,
but okay.
Throughout the country.
We'll go find it.
It's in like 40 of them, but next Friday it comes out on all streaming platforms.
Oh, beautiful.
American Murderer. So
American Murderer.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'll probably be watching next Friday.
I will too.
So
I'll be tuning in with you.
Yeah. So my movie came out yesterday. It debuted yesterday.
That is so awesome. I knew you were a superstar.
I know.
Now it's all platforms of being a superstar.
Oh yeah.
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 We've been watching, me and my wife, we watch a ton of movies. I watch probably 10, 20 movies a week.
Really?
And, yeah, I love them. And, when I growing up, my granny used to always, babysit me and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And she was super into true crime and, like, serial killer movies and all that kind of stuff. And, like, so from a very young age, I would watch. I remember when I was 12 and she introduced me to The Exorcist.
Ooh.
And it was like it was love at first sight for all those
Okay.
horror movies. And then we watched Seven and Fight Club and all these just.
So you have a thing for Brad Pitt, basically, what you're saying, a little man crush on Brad Pitt.
Yeah, I mean, I would say probably David Fincher more than Brad Pitt, but yeah.
All right.
I did watch. I binge watched the whole Dahmer series 2 weeks ago. That was.
I have not made it through it yet.
Whew, it was a tough watch.
I'm watching about 5 shows right now, and I can't. So I'm watching American Gigolo. It's on Showtime. And it's produced by Jerry Bruckheimer.
I've heard that was really good.
So I'm a big Jerry Bruckheimer guy.
Yep.
A Few Good Men, Days of Thunder.
Of course.
And then he also Top Gun.
Yeah.
So Bruckheimer.
He
and
did
Don,
the new one too. Also.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. And Tony Scott and Don Simpson, God rest their souls. Wish they were still around. Those 3 teamed up for some great movies. Beverly Hills Cop, also Jerry Bruckheimer. So anything Jerry Bruckheimer's involved with,
right?
And if he's doing a show, I watch that.
Yeah.
I'm 1 episode into The Watcher, which is number 1 on Netflix.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
Have you watched it all?
I finished it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to keep going.
I watch a lot.
So
yeah.
I need to keep going on that one.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
So I'm working on that one, and then I've got. I'm watching that show with Kevin Bacon, City on the Hill.
Yep.
On Showtime, I think it is.
Yep. I heard about it. I haven't
I'm
seen
through
that one.
3 seasons of that. I'm on the 4th season right now.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm kind of dabbling in a little bit. I watched the Nolan Ryan. I'm 3/4 of the way through the Nolan Ryan documentary.
Mm-hmm.
I watched it on the plane coming here. I got a little bit more to watch of that.
I just binge watched Euphoria. The
Okay.
2 seasons of
Yeah, I didn't
Euphoria
get a
on
chance to see that
HBO
one.
Max.
Okay.
That was
a good one.
Yeah. That was
And
a really
then
good one.
I'm I gotta watch the Redeem Team.
I haven't heard of that. What's that on?
Kobe Bryant is in it. It's the USA basketball team. After they didn't do well, they put the Dream Team back together of the newer guys. It's called the Redeem Team. So I gotta watch that. There's a bunch of stuff I gotta watch.
I saw the little preview for that on Netflix where they said that Kobe he went and I guess he tackled his teammate or something to open up the team.
Yeah, something like that.
The game,
So I gotta watch that.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff I gotta watch.
Yep.
But there's a lot of good stuff out there.
Well, I mean, with the streaming services now, it's the best time. Everything comes out.
It is. The problem is though
You can't
is
keep up.
there's I know.
Yeah. You can't
Like
keep
I'm
up.
watching the new Beavis and Buttheads.
Right.
Okay,
right.
That was a nice messenger there.
I'm telling you, man, this guy's been throwing 7 8-baggers every game. Every
Mr.
single
Brownlee.
game. Yep. I'm impressed with it. But no, we like I said, I'm a big horror movie guy, so this year.
Have you seen the new Halloween one?
I have. I really liked it.
Yeah.
I didn't like the Million before that. That
Right,
wasn't
right.
one of the franchises
Sure.
that I really loved. But this seems to be the year for remakes.
It is.
Prey was awesome. That was the new Predator movie.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the best one in the franchise. The new Hellraiser came out a couple weeks ago. That was really great. That Top Gun.
Top
obviously.
Gun put people back in the theater.
Yeah, I mean, that was phenomenal. I watched that while I was out at Nationals.
I'm ready for Beverly Hills Cop 4.
Yes.
We need to have
Yes.
that. Coming to America 2 was just okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't terrible, but it made you smile a little bit.
I read this week that they're in production making Twister 2.
I saw that as well.
I'm a little upset because Philip Seymour Hoffman and Bill Paxton are both 2 of my favorites, and they're not going to be back, obviously, for the next one. But that movie was so good, so I'm excited to see that. Nope was really good this year. Black Phone.
Yeah, I haven't seen Nope yet.
Yep. Black Phone was awesome because Sinister was one of my favorite movies. Black Phone's the same director, and Ethan Hawke's in it as well, so that's a really good one.
Very nice.
And then Barbarian was the new one that me and Mariana went and saw 2 or 3 weeks ago, and that was surprisingly really, really good. The next one I want to see is Smile. That seems to be the one that everybody's.
Yeah.
And I think they did such a great job with the marketing of it because nobody knows what it's about.
I know.
Yeah, it's like it's so curious. I'm like, it just looks creepy. I gotta go see it.
What's up, Bug Kroll? How you doing, bud?
What up, Bug?
And I'm waiting for 3 more scores to come in, and I'll go over the standings. So I'm waiting on 2 more now. 2 more.
What game is this? This is game
6.
6. Okay. When do we bowl? 2 or 3?
3.
3. Beautiful. So we'll have time to go get on some lunch. So there, I was saying while you were gone, I was kind of waiting to see when the transition is going to happen and that scoring pace is going to start to go down. Not yet. It seems like they're still okay right now. They're holding up well. Not quite gross yet.
All right, I have scores in. So here we go. So a lot of people were wondering, how is so-and-so bowling? Some questions were coming in. Well, here is a look at all of the standings for you. Aaron Holloman and Carl Williams, 24-79. Tim Hardigan, Lucas Hardigan, 24-66. Michael Brownlee, Michael Brewer, you've been all over these guys. These guys are bowling great. 24-37. I wish I would have bought them in the Calcutta.
I know.
Sean Lavery, Michael Holloman, 24-34. Hessen Barnes, 24-16. Jared Thompson, Jordan Smith, 23-93. 23-91 is Keplinger and Hurwitz. Barrett and Williams, back-to-back 500 games, but that 414 is kind of lurking out there on them there. They had in game number 2, 23-78. They're going to have to keep the pedal to the metal.
They're digging. They're digging. I mean, and honestly, they had back-to-back 500s, but they have 490 the game before.
Yeah. So they're bowling better. But and they'll be coming through the streams here soon. A lot of these teams will start coming through that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
I need my guys Stubblefield and Sachs to get going here. They are, what are they? They're about 150 out of the... I need a couple 500s.
Yeah. Well, and like you said, this is probably the weaker of the two squads.
Probably.
So it might not be an even cut.
It may not.
Of 7 and 8.
It may not.
Man, so many of these guys, they throw it so good. I feel like when I was coming out here, like
that was Jordan Smith, by the way. Jared Thompson getting ready to bowl now, and
here's the house mouse. This is the guy I've been talking about.
Yeah,
Jared Thompson, that everybody's been helping us with. I bowl some of those triples down in like Mississippi, D'Iberville. Johnny Cobb does a great job with those, and I've seen him at a few of those tournaments. Boy strikes a lot.
And this is Cliff Edwards getting ready to bowl on 29.
There it is.
He's bowling with Josh Picker. Looks like Picker has the front 4. And then, of course, we've got Michael Brewer and Michael Brownlee, along with Lance Turner and Ben Turner.
Brewer and Brownlee are looking like they're struggling a little bit on this end pair.
Yeah.
Well, Brownlee just missed a spare. Brewer was struggling. And I mean, I get back to that, that mentality of this. When you start a game where you whiff a single pin and then you don't catch a double right afterwards, and then you go fast 8 right there. It really gets into your head quick because you feel like you start pressing, A lot of people think that you just go up here and chuck it and you strike because they're so easy, but I mean, you still got to get it off your hand the right way, and once you start pressing a little bit, it just makes it compile quickly.
Yep, absolutely.
Speaking from experience in all my regionals this year.
You staying close to here?
I am. We went with the cheap hotel this weekend, and we regret it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a little rough, but it's just like the area outside the hotel is rough. Like, once we got in there, the room's nice, everything's clean. I'm not very picky. I have to save my money for the weekends that my wife comes with me, because we have to buy the Ritz-Carlton.
Oh, that's where you stay? Yeah, so. I figured.
But when she's not here, me and Christian are staying at the OYO and the Motel 6s to save up the money. It's all good. The way I see it, I'm not going to be in the hotel room except to sleep. So as long as the bed doesn't have bed bugs and as long as it doesn't have mold in the room, I can get through it.
You're good.
Yep. Me and Kyle and Pickford and all those guys growing up, we had some real rough ones. So these are nothing compared to those. Shout out to Pickford, man. His son is in the hospital right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So saying prayers for them, him and Kat. great friends. So just wanted to shout out a little prayer. We're thinking about you, buddy.
Absolutely. Pickford's always been good to me.
Yeah, he's a bit of a wild card, but he's a good dude, man. And he's still, man, I mean, he doesn't bowl a whole lot anymore, but he's still got it. Like, we bowled a regional, I think it was in Asheville, like 4 or 5 weeks ago, and kid shot, in Nashville a couple weeks ago on Shark, he shot 280 out the gate first game.
Did he really?
Yeah, I mean, he's got that tricky ball roll, and he just kind of feeds it to the right, and that ball hooks from everywhere. Like, he's still got it. He's just busy with the family thing, which I completely understand.
Good.
Snacks. Hungry yet? Cheese bites, fries.
Cheese bites. Yeah, thanks, man.
Man, this Flanagan guy's a superstar. Everybody just keeps walking by and asking him whatever he needs.
What do you need?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's perfect.
That's good.
I got to tell you, this is a very warm and welcoming thing here.
Yeah.
And, the minute I draw attention to 2 front fives is the minute that we're going to see that get missed.
You had to say it.
4-pin. Oh, my God. And we are not on a delay.
And it was the in to out 4-pin. It wasn't even the high 4-pin.
Can you believe I just called that?
I don't think he's going to be very happy when he watches the stream.
Well,
that
I really don't care.
Oh, all right.
I called it.
This was impressive.
I called it.
It was not a delay. He got it.
Yeah, not a delay at all.
That was a weird 4-pin too.
It was.
I thought he was. I thought you were going to get the big hooping, big wide high 4-pin. No.
Hey, you throw enough stuff out there, once in a while you get one right.
That's right. That's right. Now you look like a genius.
I know.
Ooh, see, I'm telling you, this team, they're starting to press, is what I would say, because they've been striking.
Yeah.
And I think this pair's kind of throwing them, and which is interesting because all the other people that have been bowling on this end pair, we just got done talking about how it's been pretty good. We're jinxing them. We're jinxing all of them.
See, a lot of times people say, oh, Mike's just not up there paying attention. I saw every strike these guys have been throwing. Now Jared's going to get this one. Oh, no, he didn't. 7-pin.
See Kyle yelling at me?
Yeah.
Well, Kyle, we can't all make $500,000 in a year. Maybe next time you'll room with me again, so you can pay for the room.
Hey, look, too. We got Kyle Troop in the chat right now, which is cool. But I just want to throw something out there to the audience. We got a pretty big group of people watching right now, which we do appreciate, and of course we get thousands and thousands of views on the archive. I want to talk about Kyle for just a minute. Kyle. I reached out to him a long time ago when I was working in Storm about possibly coming over on staff. He remembers this conversation very well. Chris Schlimmer was the one that actually said, hey, we should probably look at maybe signing Kyle Troop. And he had a black hammer at the time, and Storm didn't have a pitch black and all that kind of stuff. And that was my first real interactions with Kyle ever. I just call him out of the blue. Right. And he is the same guy today that he was that day.
Oh, yeah.
Then he won my IB Open, which was awesome.
I remember that. Yep.
And then he went on to win a title in Oklahoma right after.
Right. With the motive balls.
Yep.
That was when he was free agent.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jake Peters won my IB Open and won in Milwaukee.
Right.
A couple months later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Badger. Yep.
So that IB Open tournament that I ran for so many years, that was a real stepping stone. And these guys were so appreciative of that event, the TV finals we kind of set up and everything to get them ready. Absolutely. It was kind of like a regional program, but my own little thing. Mm-hmm. But I just want to let everybody know out there that I have talked to Kyle countless times over the years since then. Same guy.
So I'll touch on this because
same guy.
Because I've known Kyle since I was 13. Okay,
that's longer than me.
Me and Kyle both got our PBA cards before we had our licenses.
Yep.
We got our PBA cards at 15. And what my mom used to do is on Thursdays she would drive me to Kyle's house, and Guppy would drive us both to the regionals for the weekend. So the first 3 or 4 years of my regional tour, I got to experience it with Guppy. As far as, you know, he taught us how to treat the fans, how to bowl the pro-ams, how to do that kind of thing. And I will touch on, you know, Kyle calls me every 2 weeks, you know, to this day. You know, and when we're driving around, and, you know, he always picks up my phone calls. And I talked to him for 2 weeks ago when I was driving back. I picked up a drill press, and I was driving home from Birmingham. And I talked to him for a little while, and he's like, you know, what are you doing this weekend in November? And I said, I'm not sure. And so now we're going to do a team fish camp in Staunton, you know,
cool.
In November. So,
cool.
You know, but just, you know, for me, I'm super appreciative that he still involves me in all that stuff. You know, he's superstar Kyle now, you know, and Chris Arcaro is nobody to that, you know.
But that's the thing.
Yeah.
He's the same dude.
He's
just the same dude. Now, I love that.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Great
You know,
guy.
we got Mookie Betts coming up. He's going to bowl this afternoon.
Yep.
And
Another great dude.
I've gotten to know Mookie a little bit through Tommy Jones.
Yep.
And DJ Archer. I played Top Golf with him one night.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about Mookie that's so interesting is he doesn't want any flash, any hoopla, anything. He just wants to just live a normal life, go out and do his job. And by the way, these are for you too if you want some.
I'm on that diet. I told you. I'm trying to.
Well, then I'll put them over here so you don't have to worry
Keep those
about
away
it.
from
Okay?
me, Brad.
Um,
I'm gonna go have my sandwich before we start.
But you know, when I was playing with, I asked Mookie. I said, "Hey, what kind of memorabilia do you collect?" You know,
Yeah.
like I don't. I said, "You don't do jersey swaps or anything like that?"
Right.
He's like, "No, man." I'm like, "Are you gonna?" You know, he's like, "I might keep a couple of my own jerseys and give them to my kids one day."
Right.
He is not into memorabilia. Does not want to sign autographs for adults that are just going to sell the stuff on eBay. You know what I mean? That's what a lot of this is anymore. He'll sign for kids.
Right, of course.
But that is a dude that reminds me of Kyle. A guy that's had success, but is still the same guy. I didn't know Mookie, you know, years ago or anything, but just from the people that I've talked to, or his mom and dad are great, you know. So anyway, it's going to be a pleasure to have him as well. But just speaks to there are a lot of good people in bowling, and when they have fortunate things happen to them,
it's easy to root for him.
You know, Kyle, you know, winning, you know, $500,000 in 1 year. I was so happy for him.
Oh yeah. And I mean, like I said, you know, it speaks to his character because, you know, he doesn't need to pick up the phone for me. Like, there's so many times I'll do, you know, little lessons, and those people, those little two-handed bowlers will be like, yeah, my idol's Kyle Troop. And I'll call him on FaceTime, and he always picks up.
Oh, wait a minute. Kyle's calling me right now. Yeah, Kyle, what's up? Oh, you need my PayPal for saying all those nice things?
Oh, yeah.
$100? Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you can feed it my way, too.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll send you both of the cash apps.
Oh, your PayPal's broke? Venmo. Okay, we'll do Venmo.
There you go.
Anyway, shout out to you, Kyle, brother. I just wanted to let the audience know.
Yep, we love you. You're one of the real ones, man.
Who you are. And I mean, how I saw him, we were doing Bowl TV in Mooresville, I think it was.
Oh, yeah. That's close to his house.
He just came walking by, you know. He came in, was visiting. And, of course, you know, my ass has to go up and say, hey, man, you got a couple minutes? You want to sit in the booth? You know, after winning Player of the Year and everything.
He doesn't mind,
and he's like, yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
you know,
he loves
it is kind of a pain in the ass, honestly. You know, you go in, you just want to just chill, and then, there's Mike asking me to sit in the booth. You know.
I mean, I'm having fun today, man.
Then I put him in the booth with Craig Elliott, so I'm sure he's really mad at me now.
Well, I was going to say, that's a little different.
I didn't even get in there with him.
Shout out to Craig, man.
Uh-huh.
But, funny story, when Kyle came and visited us, he bowled the Dougie Vision event, you know, near us when it was in Atlanta. And he always comes and stays with us at least a day or two. And he goes to dinner with me and Mariana. And we took him out to Outback, you know, and we're eating. And we're sitting there at Outback. And, you know, he does not have anything bowling related on, right? He's in a, you know, black shirt. He doesn't have the afro, you know. He's got just a hat. And, you know, as soon as he sits down, the waitress is like, are you Kyle True? And he's like, yeah. Can I get a picture?
That's awesome.
And he's like, every time it's never like, oh yeah, like he just loves to do it. He loves to give back to everybody. So, all right, we'll stop oogling Kyle.
Kyle, I just texted you my Venmo for that.
Yeah, I'll send you mine later, buddy.
Well, you guys will see each other.
Yeah, you can just throw me some cash and Stone. It's all good. All right, so again, this end pair looks like it's getting a little rough, especially compared to the one next to it. The one next to it's still striking. Do you think it's a pressing thing because some of these guys are in the top, or do you think it's the pair?
I think it's just transition.
Okay.
I think they're getting more cliffed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
And I do think it lasted a little longer than it normally did because there's not much surface going down the lane. A lot of shiny stuff. So that lets them hold up a little longer.
So here's the thing I want to know from you right now.
Right.
Jared Thompson and Jordan Smith have bowled the exact same game. Front 5, 9 spare, strike. And we just saw 9 spare from Jordan.
Oh, no.
Is Jared going to get 9 spare, or is Jared going to buck the trend here?
I think he's going to strike.
By the way, I think that's the first 7-10 that I've seen.
Yeah, not a lot.
On 32.
Not a lot.
Which means the ball's coming in behind the head pin.
Right. Oof.
No, they are bowling the exact same game. Oof. Is that unreal?
Oof.
Seriously.
Oof.
That's unreal.
It's tough. I mean, it could be 240, 240. So, I mean, is that really that bad, though? I mean, they're almost 500 that game. That's probably pace, though, right? Would you think? 490, 500?
I don't know. It's above. Yeah.
A little above. I like that spare ball he's got. I don't know what it is, but it looks kind of cool.
It's like a Rubik's Cube looking thing.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. If you're Jared Thompson, you want Jordan Smith to double in the 10th. Otherwise, you're not going to carry on your first shot, right?
Right. You want him to get all 3 because that's the only way you're going to strike out. Christian, how they looking? Tricky. Oh, that's not what we're seeing down here. Again, shout out to my boy Chris Rogers. He's going to hold me up, this B squad today. And he's going to pay for my dinner tonight. Pretty shot. Let's see. You going to save it? See? That's 190. That's no good.
No, it's not good. And these guys
170. Yeah, they were up there, right?
Third.
Oof.
24-37.
Yeah, see, I do think it's transition, but I think I stand by my statement of it might be a little pressing as well. Because right about here, in this 5th, 6th frame, they both started throwing it a little different.
Yep.
Now, I don't disagree that the transition caused that, but I think it's a little both now. Now it's trying to get back on the tempo, which is tough.
So does Jared Thompson bowl 248?
He's got to.
This would be an exact match doubles game.
Now, did they leave the same pin? Well, no. They're
no,
right
lefty
versus
righty.
left-handy. Yeah. Go. Oh. You jinxed it, bro.
That's too bad.
That is a shame.
Yeah, I'm really upset about that. We'll bounce over here.
Oh, Sean Lavery, front 8, shocker.
Boom.
See, you're the jinx. I can say it. You can't.
Okay.
We figured it out.
All right. Ian Holloman looking to win again.
Yep. So me and Christian last night, we were actually talking I'm not sure if he's throwing it today. I think he is. But he was practicing last night with a Tundra Solid, which is super, super, super high RG, low diff. And, he's got it shiny. And is he still throwing that Tundra? Yeah. So, I mean, kind of a tricky ball. And that's the reason he's so far left. Holloman's one of those lefties that actually really likes to go in and kind of bend him a little bit more. And I wasn't seeing that earlier. He was kind of right up 10. Let's see where he's at now. He's got kind of a weird approach, but, man, he strikes a bunch. I like the way he gets through it at the bottom. Yeah, he's still piping it up 10.
We're starting to see
a little lazier down lane.
Correct.
Yep.
We've seen a couple 710s now. Seeing some lazy 7-pins.
And what I see a lot, what I think is going to happen a lot of times when you do see that is, especially with the scoring pace being this high, is that, I think you almost start to make more bad shots than you need to.
Sure.
Trying to force it.
Yeah.
Trying to manipulate it, trying to get it to go there the right way. But that just verifies why it's so important to get your pins at the beginning. So you don't have to chase it at the end when they get a little sloppy.
I want a ball. I want to go to a ball that's a little cleaner through the front right now, but isn't snappy down lane. I want something that's going to rev up in the mid lane.
Right, and then kind of back off a
little bit.
Yep.
A little bit. Yep. I don't mind tripping some 4-pins though.
No. I feel like I want that ball that looks like it's gonna flat 10, and then I'll make it strike.
Oh boy.
Oof. That was way in.
Yeah, it
way
was.
In. Don't act like that was good. Come on, bro. It's close. It's close. By an arrow. Good run. It's all right. You're gonna have a decent game here. 270, 210. That keeps him plus a little bit above the pace, especially during the transition. That'll be a good game. I've been seeing him a lot in our region. Sean Lavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been popping down there in the south a
The
lot.
Laverys have been bowling, man.
They always bowl. They bowl a ton. I've always enjoyed watching Anthony's release. That's one of the prettiest releases I've ever seen. Remember, I watched him out in Vegas. He bowled the Bowler's Journal, and he had one of those old like epoxy balls, like those AMF epoxy balls. And he was doing some tricky stuff with it. He's talented young individual.
Tim Barrett and Kevin Williams be coming through our streams here in just a little bit. Tim just left the 2-8-10, I think, over there.
Yeah. I told you, I'm just going to talk junk about Kevin the whole time because he ran me up in the Calcutta last night. So.
You did.
Yeah. I mean, what was that about? He's like, you weren't going for $100. I'm like, nobody knows me here, bro. Give me one time. I gave him the look after the first comment. He didn't bid after that though, so at least he knew what was going on. He did come up to me and apologize at the end. He's like, bro, I had no clue. I was like, yeah, nobody knows me here. They think I suck, which is correct.
Well, the other thing is it went from 100 to 300 real quick.
Yeah, it was, but it is what it is. I told Christian if we could get out of the Calcutta with less than 500 and get all of ourselves, I would have been happy. So 350 was still a little cheap of what I was expecting. Back home in Douglasville, I don't go for less than 500 or 600, and I don't know why. I don't win anything. AJ's always winning stuff.
Yeah, you're just mediocre.
Yeah,
I know.
at best.
I'll be right back.
Kevin's down there striking. Get out of here. Nick Brown, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Mike ran away. He didn't want to talk to me anymore, so he'll be back in a little bit, hopefully. So finishing up game 6, you know, we got Holloman shooting 2-0 here. Not sure he's not going to be thrilled with that. But, yeah, I mean, it's not a bad game. It's just, you know, looks like bad carry. So, again, like Mike said, you know, transition games getting a little tough. Especially, you know, these lefties, they don't see as much transition as they are today just because there's more of them. So, is Packy bowling? I don't think so. I didn't see Packy. Yeah, he's definitely not bowling because I hung out last night for the Calcutta and his name wasn't up. They would have gone for $1,000 or $1,500, I'm sure. So again, this is Chris Arcaro in the booth, while Mike Flanagan is walking around the center. Hopefully you guys don't mind hearing me talk today. Waiting on a couple more teams to come in. Like I said, while I got a minute, I'll go ahead and give a couple shout-outs. Shout out to Randy Hicks, Tony Porter, Southern Lanes, Ty Tillery, all my boys back there in Douglasville, Georgia. It's where I do all my practicing and my lessons. Great, great, great people. If you're ever in the area south of Atlanta, please stop by and go see them. Just phenomenal facility, phenomenal people, family-owned center. Great, great, great center. So can't say that enough.
So a little bit about this Packy question.
Yeah, why is he not here?
Okay, I'll tell you what's up. We're gonna get ready to go into Game 7 here in just a minute.
Yep.
Bringing it in the booth. So, folks, I have a job to do when I make these thumbnails. I don't make them. Carlos does, my guy. He's great. So when I make these thumbnails for these tournaments, I found out this tournament was sponsored by DV8.
Okay.
So I started thinking about who are the DV8
That's Packy.
staffers,
Yeah.
right?
And Simonelli.
Right? So I go into the PBA Media Gallery, and I'm looking for pictures of DV8 staffers.
Right.
Find a picture of Packy.
You
I
put
throw
it on
them on the thumbnail.
Oh.
Everybody thinks he's here bowling.
Right, right.
Now, this is not the first time I've done it. I put Bill O'Neill on the holiday doubles. He's never bowled the tournament. And I put Tommy Jones on an Ebonite Winter Classic one time, and he didn't bowl a tournament.
Oh, my God.
But it's an Ebonite tournament. So
Right.
I put their stars on there,
Yeah.
even though they're not necessarily bowling.
Right.
So Packy texted me yesterday.
It's like, why am I on the thumbnail?
Well,
everybody's asking me why I'm bowling.
No,
Nightmare.
so he texts me and says, okay, this is funny. Here's what he says. He says, heads up, you posted me as the Nightmare Doubles live stream thumbnail, but I won't be there. That's just a heads up for me. Like I didn't know.
Just so you know.
Yeah, just so you know,
Just so
you
you
did
know.
this, but I'm not going to be there. You know, just a heads up to you. When somebody says, hey, heads up, you're like breaking information they may not know.
Right.
But Packy said, hey, heads up, you
Right.
put me on the thumbnail,
Yeah.
and I won't be there. Crying emoji, right? I said it's sponsored by DV8. He goes, oh, that makes sense. Then I sent him a picture of these Tommy Jones thumbnails right here.
Where he never bowled.
And he goes, I see. I see why it's the DV8 Nightmare Doubles. I didn't even know DV8 sponsored it. So, Pack, you need to do a better job being a brand ambassador.
God.
And next time, you need to come bowl the DV8 tournament so the thumbnail can be there and the fans can be here. But anyway, Packy and I are cool.
Yep.
He won 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Kevin's event.
I haven't gotten to hang out with Packy much, but
He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Yeah, I actually used to coach a little bit. His girlfriend, Madison Janak.
Yeah.
Down in Myrtle Beach.
Man, he coached everybody.
I mean, what's the quote? If you can't do, teach. Those that can't do, teach.
Okay.
So, just trying to figure out how to stay relevant in the sport.
Well, I'm so good at bowling that I can't even enter any of these tournaments. So I need you to coach me backwards.
Yeah, I can do that.
Make me worse.
I can do that.
Okay,
I can do that
cool.
easily.
Cool.
I would say Chris Rogers is probably more experienced in that perspective, but
Okay.
we'll work it out.
Sounds good. Ray Elk wants to know, Mike, that movie you're in, is it in any theater in St. Louis? I believe that it is. It's called American Murderer. It's the name of the movie.
I'm excited about this. I'm gonna find it.
You may, I mean, and I you know,
pumped.
I'm in this one scene.
Yep. I'm screenshotting it while I'm watching it.
Right after the murder happens, it's when I jump out of the back of a news like a Fox News van, and I go running with the camera. I'm wearing like a whitish colored like parka coat because it's cold. I'm in the scene.
It's got to be a cool experience, though.
Oh, it's fun working. It's long days,
Yeah.
but you can bring your laptop and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm actually in the scene with me is Emily Ann Ashby. She is the reporter.
Oof. Close. So we got Kevin and Anthony and all them. Okay. All right. I'm not going to make any comments on this. You know, my wife's
so
still listening to the stream.
That's
so.
the reporter. I got a Calcutta payout here. 5,100 for first, 3,000 for second, 2,200 for third, 1,800, 1,600, 1,400, 1,200, 1,000, 800, 700, 600, 500. They're paying 12 spots.
Ooh, that's nice. Rick Peterson, you hear that? That's what we're going to be taking home today. Or tomorrow. They don't pay that out tomorrow. So.
People want us to switch around a little bit. We can do that.
It's all good.
We can do that. Nick Agnew.
Like I said, there's a lot of these guys that I haven't heard of before.
Yeah, Nick Agnew's bowling with Josh Meek,
Okay.
Jake DeVoe, and C.J. Petrin right there as well.
Gotcha.
And then right next door, Lavery and Holloman, of course, and Glenn Brown and Brian Brigman. And then Tim Barrett, Kevin Williams right next door, who we were watching, Anthony Richmond and Adonis Hoffman. And then we'll have Ryan Cox, Justin Turner, Danny Schubert, and Kenny Corley both coming over. And Corley and Schubert, they were the ones that opened up with 5. What did they have? 5. What was it? They had 553.
Oof. It's a monster.
The first game.
Start.
We got standings after 6 already?
I'm reading in the chat. Michael Massett. I coach out of Douglasville, Georgia, but I actually offer virtual lessons as well. So if you're not near there, just add me on Facebook, Chris Arcaro, ARCARO, and send me some videos from behind and from the side, and then I'll make a little video and kind of do a 10-minute clip and let you know what I think. So just reach out to me, man.
Ray Elk, yes, I certainly do remember you. You didn't even have to say that. I remember back in the day. We're going way back there. Here's standings after 6. Aaron Holloman, Carl Williams, your leaders. Sean Lavery, Michael Holloman.
It sounds like you might win an Oscar. He says it's got a 9.4 out of 10 out of IMDb already.
Yeah, there's a really good chance I am going to be nominated. Hardigan, 2884. Jared Thompson, Jordan Smith, 2878.
Hardigan. So they got to be related, right?
Yeah, well, maybe. Maybe they're married. 2866. Yeah, could have taken his name.
Yeah.
Who knows? Alec Keplinger and Cameron Hurwitz are in 5th. Barrett and Williams right there in 6th. I think they went up a spot, and they bowled 470.
Okay, so the pace is coming down a little bit.
Hess and Barnes, 412.
Well,
Brownlee and Brewer bowled the 352 in there. Stubblefield and Sachs coming at 522. Here they come. Here they come to save
those
the
are
day.
your horses, right?
Yeah, I bought them in the Calcutta.
Yep.
I gave them 2/3 back, though.
We gave Nick and Daryl 2/3 back.
That's a nice thing to do.
Yep.
We had a 480 in there from Meeks and Agnew, who we got right up here on the screen. So there's your standings, folks. And if you want to check this out on your own, I do have that pinned comment at the top called Scores. And it'll take you right there.
You know, I really like what Sean Lavery does in his approach. I do a similar thing with a lot of steps, you know, trying to keep the tempo down, you know, trying to get the swing in the right way. You know, when he kind of came out on tour, there was a lot of backlash about it, you know, kind of how it looked a little funky. And, you know, obviously he's silencing all those haters easily. I think it's a great tip for the guys back home that, you know, can't soften up their hand a little bit and need to get their swing a little longer. You know, add a couple of steps to just kind of get that tempo slower as the ball gets into the swing.
Yeah.
Ooh. So yeah, we're starting to see the ball start to chirp early. You know, guys are going left, getting their ankles steep, and it's, you know, bouncing off the spot a little harder than it was. Now these guys here, Huffman and Richmond, they're two great guys. This is one of the first tournaments that I've actually met Richmond in person, and you know, he came up to me and shook my hand and was real nice to me at the beginning, and it was just nice for, you know, the guys to recognize some of the stuff I do on Facebook and things like that.
Yeah, it's cool.
Phenomenal player. I've been watching, you know, the Dougie Visions and the stuff where he's been really making a name for himself. He bowled well in the Springfield doubles too, didn't he?
I think so. Yeah, they didn't make the finals, but
he bowled well.
Yeah, he bowled well. Richmond bowled. He bowled holiday doubles like 4 years ago. He filled in for somebody. I think he might have filled in. I think he might have bowled with George Gohagen.
Yeah.
I think so.
That guy strikes a lot.
He bowled great. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that guy strikes a lot.
George is one of those guys that arguably, though, he was, you know, the game. I don't know if he's evolved enough with the game. Because he was so good 10 years ago.
Right.
15 years ago, right?
Well, I mean, it's hard to change when you're winning everything.
He bowled 899.
Yeah.
Remember, there was a YouTube video back when the phones were terrible.
Yep.
It's very pixelated, but he bowled 899. And he won an Eagle. Didn't he win a USBC Eagle?
He did.
Okay. And then since then, it's just been kind of a – I mean, he's had good performances, but, you know, he didn't go out on – he didn't, you know, crack an egg on tour. You know, just – it didn't – he kind of peaked.
Didn't he win Jody's event last year or 2 years ago, the 10K?
Perhaps.
I know he made the finals and he made a run at it, but I feel like no, he finished second to Tang. I think Tang won, but I mean, he made a good run on that one.
Yeah.
But I understand what you're saying.
I love
GG3's
game.
Right.
He's awesome. Like this is not a dig.
Didn't he win your IB Open?
He finished second to Jake.
Okay. But I mean, he made runs,
led.
deep runs. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, the guy can play.
Yeah.
But he just, you know, in my opinion, he just hasn't.
Right. And let's get this straight. I think the reason you're saying this is because we have a massive amount of respect for George Gohagen. Like,
I consider, okay, so I thought Gohagen was better than Matt McNeil.
Okay.
All right. Like, that was kind of my thought. Like you take their how old they are, when they're in their what they're doing.
Right. Resume versus resume.
Yeah.
You take that one over that one.
But I liked Gohagen better.
Right.
I thought McNeil had some quirky stuff in his swing that could cause problems, and I thought Gohagen was someone that would be less getting in trouble fundamentally, okay? And McNeil has gone on to win all these Eagles.
Right.
And then McNeil went out and bowled World Championship, made match play a couple times.
Made a couple shows when he went on tour.
He's made a couple shows, right?
Right.
You look at a guy like Gohagen, hasn't done it.
Right.
Okay, and I actually put them on similar paths.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, and you can throw A.J. Rice into that mix because
Sure.
A.J. tried to go on tour.
Yeah.
And, you know, it lasted for 6 months, and then he dropped his card and came back out on the amateur stuff.
I think AJ was a speed issue and a ball matchup issue. I don't think he had enough knowledge with equipment.
Well, and I don't think he had enough help as well. Like, you know, because when we won our doubles, I was lining him up the whole time. You know, because I'll admit, and as well as AJ will admit, I'm not the physically good one out of the two of us, but
Right.
I'm the smarter one when it
Right.
comes to lane play and stuff.
Yeah.
So if I'm there behind him, telling him where to move and what balls to switch
Yeah.
to, he can make shots and strike at will. So I feel like, you know, if he had somebody out there that would just stay behind him, you know, and line him up, but he can't. You know, they're going to be on all the other guys. You know, there's too many people out there for reps to hang behind one guy the whole time.
Yeah,
And it's not that they didn't help him. It's just, you know, that he would get lined up and then they'd walk away and then it transition.
Let's face it, AJ Rice, unless I'm forgetting an event, he bowls very well on softer conditions.
Absolutely.
And when they get tougher, he did okay in IB Opens and stuff, but it was still an outside shot.
Right.
Okay. When AJ has to move in, he's pedestrian compared to the field.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So versatility isn't quite there with AJ. And look, I'm not trying to dog on AJ because he won the Proprietors Cup twice. I mean, this guy is a beast. This guy is a beast.
And AJ's not going to take it the wrong way.
No, he won't.
Yeah.
He knows what I'm trying to say here.
Absolutely. And I will speak for, you know, he is currently working on all that stuff. You know, he wants to get better. He doesn't want to.
You could also say Jesper Svensson is not
right
all that versatile moving in.
Right.
Or great with resin, and he's working on that.
Right.
So there are some players that, and it goes back to Eugene McCune too. I said over the summer on a PBA 50 broadcast when McCune was the number 1 seed, I call him a two-trick pony. He can either throw it 100 miles an hour up 5,
or hook the whole lane,
or he can throw it 12 miles an hour hooking the whole lane.
Yeah.
When he's in between those two things, he's pedestrian.
Right.
He's pedestrian compared to the field, not pedestrian compared to all bowlers in the world.
Right.
So that's just kind of what I'm getting at, and I respected Gohagen's game so much that I had a higher expectation, and I know life gets in the way, family, all those sorts of things.
Of course.
And this is I'm not trying to say this as a dig,
No.
but if you had to give me Matt McNeil or George Gohagen when Gohagen won his first eagle or McNeil on his first eagle,
He'll take Gohagen.
I would have taken Gohagen.
Right.
Okay, and that's no slam on McNeil either.
No. And, you know, I've got a soft spot for the guys that are a little bit more aggressive through the bottom of the swing.
Yeah.
I think when you start, you know, getting amped up and wanting shots, it's easier to repeat them when you're at 100%. You know what I mean? The guys that kind of go through it, that don't try and be a little touch. You know, and you know, I put Gohagen and Farrow. They were always the ones I would put in that.
That was the next
category.
thing I was about to go with. Gohagen and Farrow were like inseparable for a couple of years. They bowled everything together.
Yeah, and they got for
But
him.
like, I felt like those two could have been a doubles team that could have been known as like
one of the greats.
Roth Holman from
Absolutely.
the PBA tour. That was a nice conversion there, by the way. 4.79.
Yep.
But you know, at an amateur level, you know, Queen and Adcock bowl together. You know, like
Yep.
I like these guys that bowl together. You know,
Right.
Kirkendall and Wilson are bowling together, right? They're not household names, but they bowl together every tournament.
Yep.
So I don't know. I would like to see some doubles teams where it's like, oh God, they're bowling like Chad Roberts and Dan Higgins.
I was just
They're
about to
they're
say
starting
those.
to become
Yep.
kind of a household doubles team,
Yep.
right? I like that. I don't like these guys that switch partners all the time.
No. I get it. You know, normally I'm either Brandon Curtis or AJ Rice. Those are the two that I go with. And if they can't bowl something with me, I normally don't bowl it. You know, I just kind of stay home.
Yeah.
But you know, Chris Rogers, we have won a lot of stuff over the years, especially when they're a little softer. Because Christian, he strikes a bunch when they're a little softer like this. But you know, it's nothing. It's not a dig on Christian. We're both right-handed. You know, we're both high rev rate right-handers. So, you know, it's gonna make us transition more in the middle of the games, being on the same pair, than if I had a lefty bowling with me.
Sure.
So, you know, it's just a smarter play. But I think we'll be okay. So we're starting to see these guys throw a little harder. You know, they're at
It's probably moving in,
thinking staying soft and kind of
blending it.
blending it out. Now, do you think you need to go to surface when you go in? Since you're going so steep at that friction now?
I think you need to be in the 4,000
So
or
like
3,000 range.
So like the compound kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little lane shine, little surface with a little lane shine
Yep.
on it.
Yeah. I don't want fresh 2,000 pad, fresh 1,000 pad.
Because it's going to jerk and then kind of lay.
Yeah.
You just want it to be smooth enough to where you can feed it there and it won't go sideways.
Yep.
I got you. Seeing it the same way, man. Boom. This is 250 here. It's a good number. Again, these guys don't have names on the back of their shirts, so we have no clue who they are.
Yeah, I introduced them here a little bit ago. So when you've got you got Holloman and that's DeVoe and Petrin.
Okay. They throw pretty good, both of them. Holloman shooting 260. His buddy's shooting 270. Mr. Lavery. Boom. So it looks like he's finally balled up and moved in. You know, kind of exactly what we were talking about. Last game when you were gone, Holloman shot like a 2-0, like a clean 2-10 or 2-0 with just a lot of nines.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that Tundra that we were talking about that's an extremely small core, I think, you know, you're exactly right. That oil's starting to carry down, and he was playing that real fast up 10 shot, and it was just the ball's not slowing down enough to go through the pins the right way. So he's so versatile as far as one of the lefties that I don't think he gets enough credit for as much as he can do. You know, I see him play the gutter, I see him throw urethane, I see him hook resin. Like, you know, he's got a lot of tricks. What'd they shoot last game? They shot 480, but that was with Holloman shooting 210. You know, Lavery shot 270 that game.
Nope, good.
I'm telling you, man, you're a superstar around here.
I know. This is pretty nice, gotta say. It's going well.
All right. So I stand by my statement of the transition on that 31 and 32 probably wasn't as bad as that team made it look. I still think that they were pressing a little bit because they were first or second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I hope when they went down there, they got
They
back
got
in
back
it.
on it,
Yeah,
yeah.
because they were bowling really good. All right, here we go. I think he's going to strike here. He's not going out on a ledge there.
I'm going to say if he's going to leave anything, it's going to be a 10 pin.
I would say a 9 pin. He's hooking them quite a bit now. Woo! Pretty.
The only reason why I would say a 10 pin is because when you install a lane and there's an opening to the right, a lot of times that right lane will be sloped a little bit to the right.
Oh, I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That does make sense.
So that means it's got to come up the hill.
So does that mean lane 1 should always strike more because it's gonna bounce off of it more because it's gonna lean that way?
It could,
Yeah.
but it'd be tougher for a lefty.
Right.
And whenever there's poles in bowling centers, by the way, the lane to the right of the pole hooks a little bit more, and the lane on the left of the pole hooks a little less.
Because they're always branching away from the poles. Yeah. I remember the big eye-opening thing when I was younger that they used to tell me was that the left lanes are always going to be tighter down lane versus the right lanes because people are going to go left quicker. So the front of the lane's going to go away and and down lane's going to get tighter. And I was like, that makes so much sense. So like when I bowl league now, you know, I actually throw 2 different balls a lot of times because on the left lane after game 1 they get super tight on the left lane, and the right lane's fine. There we go. Throwing that good old Venom shot.
There's the 10 pin I was waiting for.
Yep.
Good place for it.
Yeah. Sick game. Richmond over here, bailing out 240 with a back 8.
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to switch over to that pair.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of coverage over here. Bounce over there.
Yeah, they're Holloman and Lavery are just boring at this point.
Yep.
Everybody knows they're gonna strike out.
Tim Barrett and Kevin Williams here. They got to stay on this.
Yeah.
A couple of non-hammers here to start the 10th frame by either player will move them down a little bit.
Right. I mean, they're max at what 240, 240. So that puts them at 480.
Which is still a good number, but
that's okay. Yeah, because this transition, I do think you're right. I think the overall scoring pace is coming down a little bit, so 480s are still probably going to move you up a little bit.
And then also on this pair is Anthony Richmond and Adonis Hoffman. And then right next door, we have Danny Schubert with Kenny Corley. They're a little bit further behind.
There's Richmond.
And Justin Turner with Ryan Cox.
Attaboy. Telling you, I like this Richmond guy. He throws it good. He's got a good attitude. He always seems to be positive, you know. But he goes after him, you know. I've said the few times I've seen him on Dougie Vision and stuff, like he ain't afraid to give it to people, you know. And he's good. And then Adonis, he's kind of from my area, you know. He's like an hour south of me, so he bowls a lot of the stuff in Douglasville, and he throws it great. Him and Scott Reeves. Scott Reeves does that Rat Foundation, and he's got a lot of great stuff going on out of somewhere in Alabama. I can't remember.
Greenbow, Alabama.
There it is. There it is. All right, I jinxed him. Nice 240 there, Mr. Richmond. All right, let's see if Adonis can finish this off. Come on, buddy.
Every time I hear Adonis, I think of Adrian Adonis.
Yeah. I feel like, go.
Somebody back here behind us just won like 1,000 tickets.
Yeah, that was. I'm gonna go mug him in the parking lot. I gotta find some music tonight. We're in Memphis, you know. You gotta find some good blues, rock, or something while we're out here.
I didn't even look to see if there's any concerts going on.
Yeah, I haven't either. But there's gotta be. I would say there's gotta be some live music in Memphis on Saturday nights.
Yeah,
there's gotta be some bars and stuff that have live music.
So Tim and Kevin unable to finish this game out. They're gonna bowl 450.
It's probably what, gonna keep them in the same spot?
Yeah.
Well, being in, it might drop them down a little bit. They were 20 ahead of the next. So.
Hess and Barnes are only 64 over their last two. Scooby says, "Hey Mike, I've been binge watching your streams started from new on 2016 Hammer Doubles, but one common thing is Michael Holloman is in every one of your streams." He is in a lot. And Scooby, thanks for binge watching all those old streams.
All right, Adonis.
I've said this multiple times. These streams will live on forever. I will not.
Attaboy.
So if you're listening to this after I've passed away, tonight when you go to sleep, I'm going to be in your closet.
Oh, this is scary.
How about that for a little horror film?
Terrifying.
It really is nuts. I mean, you know, I did some podcasts with my dad asking him stories about his childhood and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, just for me that I've recorded.
Right.
You know, if anybody does care about me at all, you know, after I do go, they'll be able to just pop hours upon hours of listening to me.
Right.
You know, like, oh, I remember Mike. He did that or what. It's here. It's all here.
Yep.
My legacy is left here.
Yep. Not nearly at your level, but I'm trying to do the same thing.
What do we got here? I love. What does that say? I love. Did he run out of pencil?
I love
House bowl. Inside bowling.
There we go.
All right. Okay. All right.
There we go.
I got it. I love inside. I'm like, what the hell is that? Oh, it's my company. I love inside bowling.
What is inside bowling?
Yeah, what the hell's that? I love inside bowling. He needs a marker. I love
Right,
I love
right.
Sharpie Corporation, Kenny Corley. Go get yourself a marker so I can see it better.
Oh, my goodness.
We have no bowling off to the right, so this is all we have for you right here.
Yep. Bang, bang.
Let's see what
Bang,
else we got in
bang.
here. Beale Street. Yeah, we should go to Beale Street.
Is anybody bowling on the other pair? No. they're
Say
done.
I started on the newest one, and I'm on the 2016 doubles. Okay. All right. 2016 doubles. What did you guys have last game? 440. So you guys like 100 over the last 3? Ryan Barnes and Tom Hess bowled 440. They're 100 over the last 3.
Yep. That is not keeping them up.
It's kind of what I thought, man, would happen. There's Kenny Corley. He can take a curtsy now. 5-7 popping out of there.
So what are let's put these into plus or minus because I can't.
Yeah,
do
so
all this math.
2,400.
All right,
would-
so
would-
560 is leading.
Yep,
and then
after 6.
Eighth is 380, so about 400 over.
Yep.
All right. So and I would branch off to say it's probably not going to go up a whole lot these last 2 games. So you're at 480 right now. You know, maybe 520. Big bubble going into B squad. 520 over, 550 over, somewhere around there.
So right now, I want to know what 7th is. That's 428 over.
Yep.
So how about 428 divided by 6 games? It's 235 a man. So let's go 120 more. What's that number? 328.
428. That's 428 over.
428. 428. Let's
So
add
that'd be
another 120.
548.
548.
That's where you think it's going to be?
I think you need to be around 550.
550. All right. So Christian could get to 500, and then I'll go 60 over. 60,
Exactly.
70 over.
That's what I would do.
That's what I tell to all my partners.
You got to bowl better.
Tom Hess is giving us the evil stare right now.
I know you're bowling your weight. I know. But Ryan's only going to give you about 150 a game, so you got to step it up. I know. Tom just said the problem is Ryan bowled his weight.
They both bolt their weight.
Yeah.
It's good for Tom, bad for Ryan.
My goal is to average my weight. If I could, I'd put on 20 more pounds, but I'm trying to take off about 30.
You should have bowled with Malott. You and Wes Malott be leading the tournament.
I'd like that.
If it's by weight.
Wes is just a big man.
He is. Oof. Chop. 178's tough.
These guys bowled 525 the first game.
These guys?
No, hold on. 553, Danny Schubert and Kenny Corley.
Which lane is that? Those guys.
Yeah.
Ooh, and they're shooting 170, 210.
Yeah.
Oof. That's tough.
299 for Schubert the first game. Corley had 254.
Well, at least he hopefully won the all-in pot.
Yeah, maybe they did. Mike, you will be remembered by working in Trio Pro Shop. What's up, Carl Wilson? How you doing, man? I got some old school throwbacks in here, man.
Julian Brown, what's up, dude? Good to see you, sir.
Carl Wilson will be remembered for being the Halloween winner at Fairlanes back in the day. He was Mike Tyson. So this is hilarious, right? So they have this Halloween costume for youth leagues, junior leagues, right?
Okay.
I'm like 14.
Oh, okay.
So like I dress up as Bart Simpson.
All right.
So like I got the Bart Simpson mask. I've got I've got yellow gloves on,
Gotcha.
yellow turtleneck,
Okay.
and then I've got the Bart Simpson blue shirt.
Right.
You know, I mean, I've got the whole thing. I'm Bart Simpson, yellow sweatpants, everything, right?
Yeah.
And my buddy's all dressed up too on my team. And Carl Wilson is an African-American gentleman. Okay, I'm only mentioning this because Mike Tyson's also African-American.
Right.
And Carl Wilson hit puberty at a pretty early age, so he was a big dude.
Yeah.
And he puts on some boxing gloves and I don't know, some sort of T-shirt, Everlast T-shirt, wife beater. I don't remember what it was.
Right.
And some sweatpants. And it says, "I'm Mike Tyson," and wins first.
Oh, and you were pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did all this work.
I did all this work, and Carl just goes in and grabs his workout clothes and puts on some boxing gloves and stands there and smiles.
Hey, it's because you were yellow.
Yeah, now I will tell you, Carl's one of the nicest people and the best people I've ever met in my life. So I do love me some Carl Wilson. What's up? What's going on here, man? I mean...
First and foremost, I only throw the ball with one hand. Secondly, I use the wrong one hand. Lastly, when you bowl 3 games a month, you're really not going to be very competitive.
All right.
Fair enough.
I know. Me too.
When I get your age, I was going to be that handsome.
I know. Thank you, Kenny.
We all do.
Thank you, Kenny.
We all do.
Dreams, hopes, and aspirations.
Kenny
Absolutely.
Corley up here. That's somebody who was on original streams of Inside Bowling back in the day.
Where's he
Well,
from?
Kentucky.
Kentucky.
All right, time to get us
Update the
going here.
scores.
No scores aren't in
What?
yet, but I can at least
It's
get us into
disappointing.
game number 8 here.
Okay. All right, we got Tom Hess and Ryan Barnes here.
Yeah, they're back.
We're back.
Back again.
Whoa. This Sambo guy went, that ball hooked super early.
Let's see. Christopher says, I bowled a 190 yesterday with 2 hands. Just my 3rd time doing it. I like it. Good for you, brother.
Great. Another 2-hander. We all got a beat. This Eric Jones guy. Know him, right? Yeah, he's been having a killer year on the regionals tour. But I mean, he's like a national touring regional player.
I know.
You know, like he goes to every regional in every region, it seems like. But I mean,
Okay, so Tom has Ryan Barnes this game. I'm going to set the over-under at 475.
ooh, if that hit, I might take the under. Let's see what Ryan's doing. We've got Wandering Babies.
All right, got the poll up for you guys. You guys tell me Barnes has game 8 over 475, under 475, or are you going to bet the tie at 8-1 at 475 exactly?
I am going to take the under. It's nothing disrespectful towards those gentlemen. I know that they are both phenomenal bowlers, but watching their balls, that on 26, those first 2 shots, looked a little lazy. And considering they haven't shot 450 the last 3 games, right?
Correct.
So, just trying to get it right. Cat Peavy, what's up, man? Love you too, buddy. Chris Arcaro here in the booth with Mr. Flanagan. All right, Tom, come on. Trap it up. That's better. You got that one to go through him. Tom still throws it amazing. I love the way his hand gets through it at the bottom.
I went to dinner with him last night, and he told me he's trying to get down to about 225 pounds, I think he said. He says if he feels like he starts the season next year at 225 pounds, he'll win PBA 50 Player of the Year again. So he's been working out a lot on his. He's got some sort of.
It's a bold statement.
I don't know
There's some good guys out there.
I don't know if he's got a Peloton or what the hell he's got.
Peloton.
He showed me a picture of some sort of bike thing.
I think Mariano wants to get one of the ones that goes into the wall and they yell at you. You know, you got the little screen there.
Yeah.
And I was like, we can save all that money and I'll just sit there and yell at you.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
We'll both get much more enjoyment.
Wow, they are quick with the standings here, I got to say.
They're doing a great job.
I'm really liking it. Oh, yeah, no doubt.
They do a phenomenal job.
Here are standings after 7.
Dun, 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 dun.
34-44, so the number would be 2,800, so there's 644 over.
That's a lot.
Lavery and Holloman.
644 for
Holloman
7.
and Williams, 607 over.
Yeah.
570 over is Jared Thompson and Jordan Smith. 522 over is Hardigan.
Yeah.
504 over is Barrett and Williams. Keplinger and Hurwitz are 497 over. And then Hess and Barnes 474 over.
And they've just been grinding the
I
last
know,
3 games.
I know.
450, 412, 440.
That's why they're going to bowl 475 the last game.
Yeah, I might be wrong here.
Tom's going to bowl 279.
Yep.
And Ryan's going to bowl 196.
Okay.
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 They're kind of pacing that right now.
This is the first time I've ever seen Eric Jones not throw a purple hammer.
Really?
Yeah. Like I think he's won 2 regionals this year, and both of them purple hammer.
Did he come out of the womb with a purple hammer in
Yes,
his hand?
yeah,
I thought so.
yeah,
I thought he did.
He definitely did.
Definitely a C-section on that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I mean, it's just. I feel like if Ryan could maybe.
Ryan needs to do one of 2 things.
Well, he's geared down. He's throwing it too hard, I feel like.
Okay, so he could keep it. He could keep that speed, and just go to the most hooking ball in his bag.
Right. He's got to have something with some
Right.
surface to get it to slow
He
down.
could grab the
The
whatever
reality or
whatever
something
the
like
hell
that.
he
Yeah,
wants, right?
yeah.
And just stay right where he's at. I think, right? Or he can
Soften up and go
soften
left.
up. Yeah.
I think that's the play.
Okay. Or he could ball down, maybe a pin close to his axis, jump right,
Yeah.
and lay down about 17, cross about 13,
Yeah, and get it to like 10.
and just
Yeah. So pretty much what I'm hearing from you is, out of all the options, he's got the one wrong one.
Well, there's probably another wrong one. Another wrong one would be too far right, and
Right, with too strong
every
of a ball,
every
yeah.
other shot's through the face.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And then he could also be way too deep, slow hooking it,
and just blow through it.
barely getting to the head pin, having light mixers.
Right.
So there are probably 3 bad options. He's in one of them now.
One of the 3, yeah.
But it's the closest that messes with your head the most.
That thinks you're
yeah.
Yeah, that thinks you're just throwing it bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? That's the problem.
Yep, I get it.
And thank you, Bryant, by the way, for the Inside Bowling Rocks comment.
Okay, here we go. Rum Boogies has a good blues house band. May need some body armor. All right. Thank you, Golden Young. Brittany Smith is asking where Corey Smith and Eric Imhoff are in the standings currently.
Well, we just had him up. Throw him up quickly again.
Uh, 15th.
There you go. And the scores link is at the top of the chat pinned. All right, I'm going to close out this poll. Wow, 47% say
Wow.
over, 47% under, and 6% on the tie. That means the number that I posted was
dead
perfect for
on.
Vegas.
Yep.
Right? Because you want half the action each way.
Right.
And 6%'s on the tie.
I feel like you've done a bit of gambling.
So
in your life.
think about that. 6% at 8-1 is what, 48?
Uh-huh.
So that's 48%,
Yep.
right? Or 44,
So it's 47, 47, 48 is what you got in there.
right.
Close enough.
Crazy.
Man.
That's crazy.
Has anybody told you you're good at this?
Nuts. That 4-pin call was pretty good earlier.
The 4-pin call was sick. And it was the wrong kind of 4-pin.
I know.
That
That's
was the
even
best
better.
thing. Yeah. Go.
I think Ryan could get right on top of that line.
Yeah. I think he's just trying to belly it a hair too much. Like, just gear up. If you're going to throw it hard, throw it hard.
In fairness, I didn't see his last shot when we were bringing up the scores. I see the mark. I see the strike up on the board. Don't forget, folks, I'll be back at 3 o'clock today with B Squad qualifying.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, it was better.
Yep.
I don't think he has to be quite that direct.
No.
He could probably be a board left with his feet and
Yep.
his eyes maybe one right.
Give it a little more shape than that, because that's gonna force him to. I mean, his window's smaller right
Yeah,
there.
he's kind of, yeah.
Because it's not reading at all. It's just
Right.
throwing it 3-pin. All right, Tommy. Oof.
That was a good one.
Yeah, my 475 under is a bad pick. They put me in the dirt early. Sorry, guys. Nothing personal.
That was almost a 5-10 in the pocket.
He is humming it.
Got a nice viewership here. Just want to reiterate to everybody that this tournament would not be possible without our great sponsors. DV8, the title sponsor. If you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you consider a DV8 bowling ball, bag, shoes, accessories, or if not DV8, the Brunswick family of brands. Also would like to thank Bowl 101, Brian Kennedy, of course, Shauna. They have 5 locations all throughout Arkansas. If you're looking to get a bowling ball drilled or you would like to get some products, make sure you check them out if you're in Arkansas. I want to thank the First Community Bank, locations all over the South. Joe Smith is our contact out of the Batesville, Arkansas branch. Thank you for your commitment to this event. And, of course, Brad Brooks, who's bowling on this squad from the Brooks Agency. He's in Maumelle, Arkansas. If you're looking for some insurance, you can email Brad at bbrooksinsurance@gmail.com. And I want to give a shout out to Corkeys Chisholm for running this event and having me back. And then also, don't forget, folks, we do have a website where we sell T-shirts and hoodies at InsideBowling.com. You can always save year-round 15% with coupon code YouTube. But at the same time, this weekend we're running a coupon code only good this weekend. You use the code NIGHTMARE, you can save 20% at InsideBowling.com. That is NIGHTMARE Inside Bowling.
20%. That's a
20%.
That's a chunk.
Yeah, it's a good chunk. Yeah.
That's a chunk.
It has 4, 6, 7 10s.
Yep. He didn't give that one enough. Just kind of add it. Sambo. Nice 8-pin there. All right, Ryan, come on. Oh God. Yeah, that was right. Man, that was closer to the shape that I would like to see, but it was just fast. He's got to figure out if he wants to throw it straight and fast or hook a little bit and gear it down so it'll read. Good spare. Good spare. All right, so they got 260, 250 left. That'd be fine. This is the last game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
475 is still my
Yeah, that's still a pick.
475.
You're proud of that pick.
I am. The numbers kind of add up here with a 9 count in there.
Yeah.
So let's say Ryan bowls 243.
Yeah.
Tom can bowl 232. right?
90, 10, yeah, if he spares strikes out.
Spare, no, if he goes spare, strike, that's
Yeah.
232,
Oh, yep.
right?
Yeah, so I
Oh, that 410
Yikes.
hurts.
mean,
That hurts. So what if he gets a 171, 231, and Tom can bowl 262. Now it's getting kind of weird.
But yeah, see,
It's still there though.
and see, that's the reason why I always tend to gravitate towards the option of moving left and softening up.
Yeah,
Because that when you amp up your speed, the ball motion, you don't get that middle phase of the skid, hook, roll.
Yeah, you're not utilizing the pattern. You're like making the pattern flatter.
Right.
By doing that.
And then I feel like the ball doesn't go through the pins as well. Because it's just so fast. It's gonna cut through them like that. I mean, I get it. I've been in that situation where you're just like, last game, I'm gonna force it. I'm just gonna make the shot. But it's much easier to say what to do from back here.
Sure. Sure it is.
I've seen him on the shows throw it. I haven't seen him in person. He throws it even better in person. I love watching Ryan Barnes bowl. Go.
Oh, and look at Tom.
There it is.
He's getting that 5-pin out. He's sawing it out.
Yep. It's all right. Take him how you can get him right now. So 262.
Yeah.
I mean, and then 220. That's getting him to 470, 473, or 483.
Yeah. I need I don't know, man. It's 475 number is going to be tough to hit exact now.
Right.
I really didn't want Hess to big 4. Ryan to leave that split in the 8th.
That was a brutal split because that wasn't a bad shot. It wasn't that bad for what
So
he's trying to do.
if Hess bowls, well, I was just trying to think if Ryan.
It's too fast. It doesn't see it. I mean,
So 211 and 262. That's not enough.
No.
That's the under.
It's the under.
Under like thunder.
I hate to be right on that one.
I said
I was really.
So
rooting
I
for
said
him,
Hess
so.
was going to bowl 279, and that Ryan was going to bowl 196.
Yeah, the 196 is gonna be close.
Well, the 279's close. I mean, he's got one miss, right? I mean, you got to give me that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he just came
I
out
said
to 5-7.
I said one guy's
so.
going to bowl 270, one guy's going to bowl 190. So he's going to bowl 260, and somebody's going to bowl 2-0.
I mean, yeah.
You give me 10 either way there.
Listen, you're still living off the dream of the
I am.
4-pin.
I am.
So
I
know.
am. But yeah, if they make it to tomorrow, I think when they start to transition, Ryan needs to pick.
He's got to whether he's going to stay right and throw it harder or go in and get softer. He's right in the middle right now.
I don't know if Ryan likes urethane or not. I don't think you need urethane on this.
No.
I don't think it's necessary.
No.
But he could do that.
I like the option of the short pin that you said.
Yeah.
If he had something that was kind of weaker but solid, with a little bit of surface and like a 2-inch pin laid down. I think that would be great. And because he could be one more zone right and then throw it as hard as he wants and it'll read every time.
Yep.
Right now, I feel like you're exactly right. He needs to go another 10 left and shoot it there really slow if he's going to do with that ball. Or, you got to get to a duller ball and move right and just pump it up the friction. Your boys fell out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
That's good. Man, that's good. No 5-7 there.
Nice game there by John Solario.
Eric Jones. Yes. I don't know why he's so upset about that. Because
Nathan Rayborn
it's over.
got a big string going here. Hey, Mike, who's leading so far?
It's got to be Lavery and...
Yeah, it's Lavery and Holloman.
Yeah.
I'll throw this up real quick for those of you that haven't seen the standings. Bum, 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 bum. There you go. Also, there's a link in the chat. We'll take you to the exact same thing. Click on standings.
Thing zooms away quick.
Yeah. I popped it up a few times here.
Score's definitely leveled out these last 2 games. But I mean, there's still plenty of 6-7 baggers around here.
Sure.
Just got to catch the right pair, I think. All right. It's a great game.
So Hespel's 261. I think
Yep.
that's back-to-back 260s for him.
Yep. Sick.
So Ryan Barnes needed 214.
What can he get? 2-0?
That's a little disappointing.
Or 211? He can get 211, right?
Yeah, you can roll 211. So I'd be off by 3.
Yeah.
If he strikes out, do I still look smart?
Yeah.
Being
yeah, I mean,
3 off the number?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, not as smart as me because I got it right. You know, I got the under
Well,
right.
right.
Yeah, but you set the number, so you had a harder job than I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just forcing it. Just forcing it in that spot.
Yeah, and this could be trouble if the next squad runs them over.
Yeah, I mean, what place were they in coming into this game?
Now you seem like the chat.
I am. Watch
We
this.
got to watch Brad Brooks since he sponsors the tournament, throw his last ball.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Brad Brooks.
Brad
for
Brooks is a
sponsoring the
hell of an
tournament.
individual. Wasn't his best shot there, but
No. 7th. Oof.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's a big gap.
I know, but there's a strong squad coming up.
I totally agree. But normally, you know, the way I look at it is the cut's going to be somewhere in the big gap. You know, so if you got the big gap right here, it's probably going to be somewhere in between them, but with them dropping a little bit, it's going to be also a big gap here. So it's one of those. But, you know, that stronger squad could mean more rev rate, and they're going to get worse quicker.
Yeah,
So, you know, it depends how they break down.
it's true. We got a little bit of bowling left over here.
Yep. All right, Mike. Well, I think I'm going to go run and get some lunch, man. But it was a pleasure being in here today.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming
Thanks
by.
for having me, man. And I'll be back for the 3 o'clock squad, so everybody root for me. Thank you, everybody in the chat.
That's Chris Arcaro, everybody. Thanks, buddy.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. It's always better when I have guests, that's for sure. All right. And if you want some coaching help, Chris is really trying to do it out there, so he'll be more than happy to help you. Look up Chris Arcaro on Facebook. He'll get you squared away, get your game in order. Very knowledgeable bowler. He'll be coming up on the B squad today, along with many other notables, including Wesley Lowe, bowling with Mookie Betts today at 3 o'clock. So certainly do appreciate Chris spending time with me in here. I'm Hoff and Smith. It looks like this last game we're 87 over. I'll pop the standings up one more time. 87 over. That is not the standings. Let's try this one. There it is. 87 over. They were 15th. Probably not going to be enough, but nice finish for them. Bring it into the booth, folks. That's going to do it for A Squad qualifying. Stay tuned to Inside Bowling's Twitter feed. We'll also get something up on Instagram as well. But I have the link there in the chat to the scores. Make sure that you bookmark it. It gets updated very, very quickly. And I'll be back with you today at 3 p.m. Central Time for B Squad qualifying. One more time, I'd like to thank our sponsors that make this event possible. I'd like to thank DV8, of course, for being the title sponsor. I want to thank Bowl 101. Brian Kennedy has 5 locations in Arkansas inside bowling centers. You can visit him at All Fam Bowling Entertainment Center, inside Hollywood Bowl, Central Lanes, Liberty Lanes, or at bowl101.net. So make sure you check out Bowl 101. Also, First Community Bank, locations all over the South. Joe Smith is the contact at the Batesville, Arkansas location. So if you would like to get a loan or banking needs, check out First Community. And then, of course, Brad Brooks from Brooks Agency Insurance available. You can contact Brad at bbrooksinsurance@gmail.com. In addition to that, if you'd like to support what we do here at Inside Bowling, you can use the coupon code that's right down here. It's YouTube, year-round, 15% off, or Nightmare for 20% off this weekend only through Sunday night at InsideBowling.com. We've got over 500 T-shirt designs, hoodies, a lot of cool stuff in there, including bowling cards as well. So you save 20% over there with that coupon code. So for Corky's Chisholm, our tournament director, who does a great job, appreciate 3 years in a row, Corky's, for having us here. For the entire staff here at Andy B's here in Bartlett, Tennessee, just outside of Memphis, want to thank them for their hospitality. It's been great so far. For all of you watching and for the players out on the lanes for providing great competition, my name is Mike Flanagan from Inside Bowling. I'm going to take about an hour and 45-minute break. I will join you back here at 3 p.m. Central for more great bowling on this house condition. Lots of high scores. Looking forward to seeing them here a little bit later. Have a good break, and I will see you later today. All right, guys. Guys in the truck. I know you've got the graphic ready. I wish they were on it. Guys. Oh, there it is. Have a good one.